Good evening, and welcome back to Dreamward Stories. Before we begin, make yourself comfortable. Let your body settle into the bed, the chair, or wherever you are resting tonight. Let your shoulders soften, your breathing slow, and allow the day to gently fall away from you, one quiet thought at a time. Here at Dreamward Stories, we tell calm, immersive bedtime stories for adults. Stories made to help you relax, drift, and feel far from the noise of ordinary life. And as you settle in, I would love to know where you are listening from tonight. You can leave a little comment with your city, country, or simply the place where this story has found you. If this story helps you rest, a like is always appreciated. And if you would like more quiet stories to fall asleep to, you are warmly welcome to subscribe. Now, let the room grow still. Let the world soften, and let tonight's story lead you gently dreamward. Beyond the quiet harbor of Lume, where moonlight rests in every window, an old lighthouse keeps watch over the dream sea. Each night, its golden beam guides little dreamboats through the mist. But one evening, a small pale boat with a green lantern begins to circle the cliffs. It is not lost. It is waiting. And as Keeper Calen listens to a lullaby, almost forgotten, he begins to discover that some dreams do not need to be chased. Some only need a gentle light to guide them home. No one in the harbor village could remember when the lighthouse had first begun shining across the dream sea. There were records, of course, old ones, salt-stained ledgers kept beneath glass in the council room, maps with faded coastlines and careful ink marks, showing the cliff, the reef, the harbor, the shoal beyond the breakwater, and at the very edge of the known water, the tall black line of the lighthouse itself. There were carved dates above the old stone doors, and a brass plaque in the village square, naming the first keeper. The way weather had softened the letters, until they looked more like marks left by rain than by a human hand. Remembering was not the same as recording, and in the village of Lume, their houses leaned gently toward the sea, and every window seemed to hold a little piece of moonlight. People had long ago accepted that the lighthouse belonged to an older kind of time. It stood on a narrow cliff beyond the harbor, where the land thinned into dark stone and the ocean opened without interruption toward the east. By day, it was a quiet tower of pale granite, salt-worn and weathered, with gulls circling its lantern room and grasses bending around its base. By night, it became something else entirely. At dusk, when the last fishing boats returned and the harbor ropes creaked softly against their posts, a light would kindle at the top of the tower. Not quickly, not like a lamp being struck into flame. It began as a glow, deep within the glass, warm and golden as the center of an old candle. Then it widened, breathed, and turned through the lantern room in a slow circle, sending one long path of light across the water. It crossed the harbor wall. It touched the black backs of sleeping rocks, passed over the small white boats tied safely in their slips. And then, beyond the harbor, beyond the waves that ordinary sailors knew, it reached into the silver mist of the dream sea. That was where the dreams drifted, not every night in the same way. Some nights they gathered far offshore like pale clouds resting on the water. Some nights they moved in long ribbons, blue and lavender, faintly gold, sliding over the tide with no wind to carry them. Some nights they arrived as tiny lights, each one trembling just above the waves before vanishing into the dark. And on the clearest nights, when the moon was high and the sea lay still as polished glass, one could see the dream boats passing. They were small, most of them, too small for waking bodies. They had curved wooden sides, thin sails, and lanterns hung at their bows. Some carried folded blankets. Some carried books with pages turning by themselves. Some carried sleeping cats, old keys, seashells, music boxes, teacups, silver feathers, or nothing at all. They drifted across the dream sea while their dreamers slept far away, guided by currents no waking sailor could chart. And every night the lighthouse watched them. That had always been its purpose. At least, that was what Calen had been told when he first came to the tower. He had been young then, not a boy, but young enough to think loneliness was a thing that happened only when one lacked company. He knew better now. After many years on the cliff, handing the flame above the dream sea, Calen had learned that loneliness could also be a room with too many familiar objects, or a silence filled with all the names one no longer needed to speak aloud. But he had also learned something gentler. Loneliness, when tended patiently, could become spaciousness, and spaciousness could hold a great deal of light. Calen lived alone in the lighthouse, though the village never let him feel abandoned. Every few days someone from Lume came up the cliff path with bread, letters, lamp oil, salted butter, fresh herbs, or news that required no answer. In return, Calen mended weather clocks, trimmed wicks, repaired brass lanterns, kept a careful watch over the sea, and sent the lighthouse beam across the Dreamward water each night. He was a calm man, tall and spare, with silver beginning at his temples, and hands marked by work rather than hurry. His eyes were gray in most weather, and blue when the sky was clear. He wore wool sweaters in winter, loose linen shirts in summer, and always, even on windless evenings, kept a folded blue scarf near the lantern room, because the dream sea had a way of carrying cold into the tower just before midnight. His days moved by a rhythm older than habit. At dawn, he opened the shutters facing the harbor. At breakfast, he wrote the tide marks in the keeper's book. Before noon, he climbed the outer path to check the gull rails and the iron weather vane shaped like a sleeping swan. In the afternoon, he polished the lens, trimmed the lamps, swept salt from the stair, and read from the old guest book when the fog was too thick to see far. And at evening, always at evening, he climbed to the lantern room and woke the flame. The lantern room was his favorite place in all the world. It sat beneath the copper roof at the very top of the tower, circled by glass panes that had been replaced so many times over the years that no two were exactly the same. Some were clear, some slightly green, some faintly wavy, turning the moon into a soft, rippled coin. Brass rails curved around the central lamp. The great lens, taller than Calen himself, stood around the flame like a many-sided crystal shell, gathering the smallest light and teaching it how to travel. By day, the lens caught sunlight and scattered it into quiet rainbows across the floor. By night, it held the flame and turned it toward the dream sea. Calen kept the flame in a deep bronze basin at the center of the lens. It did not burn ordinary oil, though oil was used to steady it. It burned what the old keepers had called night glass, a clear, slow-burning liquid gathered from the pools below the cliffs during certain moon tides. Lit night glass gave off no smoke, only a warm, steady glow and a scent like rain on stone. The flame was never bright in a harsh way. It did not cut through darkness. It softened it. That, Calen often thought, was why dreams trusted it. On the evening the small dream boat first began circling the lighthouse, the sky was the color of deep blue silk. The village below had already closed its market stalls. The last bell from the harbor chapel had rung. Fishing nets hung in dark folds along the pier. Lamps glowed in kitchen windows. Smoke rose slowly from chimneys and drifted inland, away from the sea. Calen stood at the narrow table in the lantern room, recording the day. Wind mild from the south, harbor calm, 3 gull nests above East Rail, mist forming before moonrise, dream sea, visible beyond second reef. His handwriting was careful, though not decorative. He had written thousands of such entries, and the act still pleased him. There was a kind of comfort in naming ordinary things: wind, tide, weather, glass, flame, nothing dramatic, nothing urgent, only the steady evidence that the world had continued and someone had noticed. When he finished, he closed the keeper's book and rested one hand on its worn leather cover. Below him the tower settled as evening cooled the stone. Calen turned toward the bronze basin. The flame waited in its unlit night glass, pale as a sleeping star. He struck a match. The sound was small, almost shy. The match flared between his fingers, and for one brief moment the lantern room smelled of wood and sulphur, sharp against the soft salt air. Then he lowered the flame to the basin. The night glass caught. A round golden light opened at the center of the lens. Calen stepped back. The lens gathered the glow, held it, multiplied it, and released it slowly through the glass. The first beam moved across the lantern room walls, over the brass rail, through the western panes, and out toward the village, where it brushed the rooftops before turning seaward. The lighthouse had begun its watch. "Good evening," Calen said softly, as he always did. He was not speaking to the flame exactly, nor to the tower, nor even to the sea. He had never been sure who the words were for, but after many years they had become part of the work. Some things did not need to be understood in order to be done faithfully. The beam turned over the harbor, over the breakwater, over the sleeping rocks, out toward the mist. The dream sea appeared by degrees. First, only a silver smudge beyond the ordinary water, then low bank of pale vapor rising where no warm current should have been. Then, within it, faint movements, shapes drifting, rocking, gliding in slow lines beneath the moon. Dreamboats. Calen watched them through the lens with the gentle attention of someone watching strangers sleep. One boat carried a lantern shaped like a pear. Another had a sail painted with stars. A third was filled entirely with blue feathers, each one trembling as though stirred by a breath from a dreameress window. They passed the beam and turned toward the open dream sea, where they would drift safely until morning called them back. Calen marked them silently, not counting exactly, only noticing. That was when he saw the small boat. It came out of the mist near the second reef. At first he thought it was one of the ordinary dream boats, perhaps smaller than most, perhaps moving slowly because its dreamer slept uneasily. But instead of passing through the lighthouse beam and continuing east, it turned, once, gently, then again. The boat circled the base of the lighthouse cliff, just beyond the rocks where moonlit foam lifted and fell. Calen leaned closer to the glass. The little boat was no larger than a cradle. Its hull was pale wood, almost white, with a blue stripe running along one side. Its sail had been lowered. At the bow hung a lantern, but unlike the warm golden lights of the other dream boats, this lantern glowed soft green, not bright, not fading either, a patient green, like light beneath deep water. The boat completed one slow circle around the cliff. Then another. Then another. Calen opened the lantern room window. Cool mist entered at once, bringing with it the scent of salt, kelp, and something faintly sweet, like lavender left near rain. The beam turned above him, steady and warm. Far below, the small dreamboat continued its path around the rocks. "You are far from the current," he murmured. The boat did not answer. Dreamboats rarely did. Still, This one seemed to pause at the edge of the beam each time it passed beneath the tower, as if listening for something it had not yet heard. Calen watched until midnight. By then most of the other dream boats had vanished into the soft distance. The mist had thinned. The moon had risen high. In the village, every light but the chapel lamp had gone out. The sea moved quietly against the cliffs, lifting silver along the black stone. The little boat kept circling, not lost, not distressed, only circling. At last, near the hour when even lighthouse keepers begin to feel the weight of their own eyelids, the green lantern dimmed. The boat drifted once more beneath the lighthouse beam, then turned seaward and slipped into the mist. Calen stood very still. The lantern room hummed faintly around the flame. He closed the window. Then he opened the old guest book. It lay on a shelf beneath the tide charts, bound in dark blue leather wrapped pale along the corners. Its pages were thick and uneven, filled with entries from keepers, travelers, villagers, and once, according to an old story, a sailor who had written while asleep. Calen had read the book many times over the years, but not in order. Guest books, he believed, were not meant to be conquered from front to back. They were meant to be visited. He turned the pages slowly. Names passed beneath his fingers. Mara, who dreamed of horses in winter. John of the Bell Pier, who brought lamp oil and stay forty. Edrin Glass, assistant keeper for 3 months. Afraid of gulls but brave about storms. Lysa of the Western Ferry, who wrote only, "A light found me." Calen paused when a loose page slid out near the back. He caught it before it fell. The paper was old, thinner than the rest, folded once, and tucked between 2 pages that had stuck slightly from damp. There was no date at the top, no proper entry, only a drawing, made in pale blue ink. A small boat, a blue stripe along its side, a green lantern at the bow. Beneath it, in handwriting he did not recognize, were 5 words. When it circles, remember gently. Calen read the line twice, then a third time. Outside, the lighthouse beam turned across the dream sea. The mist lay quiet. The little boat was gone, and for the first time in many years, Calen felt the lighthouse, not as a place he knew entirely, but as a place that had been waiting, patiently, for an old question to return. He did not feel afraid. The dream sea did not work in fear, but he did feel the tender stirring that comes when a long-closed drawer is opened, and something inside still holds the shape of a hand. When it circles, remember gently. Calen placed the loose page on the table beside the keeper's book. He stood there for a long while, listening to the quiet waves below and the soft turning of the lens above. Then he made one final note for the night. Small dream boat sighted near Second Reef. Greenbow lantern. Circled lighthouse until midnight. Old guest book page found. No distress observed. Watch again tomorrow. He closed the book. The flame turned. The sea breathed. And below the cliffs, where the mist had swallowed the boat, the water held one faint green shimmer for a moment longer, before letting it fade. By morning, the village of Lume had softened into pearl-colored fog. Calen woke in the small keeper's room beneath the lantern level, where one narrow bed stood against the curved wall, and a blue wool blanket lay folded at its foot. His sleep had been light, but not troubled. He had dreamed of oars resting across a boat, of someone humming in another room, of a lantern seen through fogged glass. He washed in cold water, dressed, and went down to the kitchen. The lighthouse kitchen occupied the 3rd floor, where the tower widened slightly and the windows faced south toward the harbor. It was a plain room, but warm in the way old, useful rooms become warm after many years of being cared for. There was a small iron stove, a table scarred by knife marks, shelves of crockery, hooks for pans, a jar of dried mint, 3 blue bowls, a copper kettle, and the window seat deep enough for a person to sit with one knee drawn up while watching weather. Calen licked the stove and set water to boil. While the kettle warmed, he opened the shutter. Fog pressed softly against the glass, turning the harbor below into a suggestion rather than a view. The bells of the moored boats sounded faintly, not ringing, only touching now and then as the tide moved them. A gull called somewhere above, invisible in the white air. Calen made tea. He cut a slice of yesterday's bread, warmed it on the stove, and spread it with butter and a little honey from the village. Then he carried his breakfast to the table, along with the loose guest-book page. In daylight, the drawing looked even older. The blue ink had faded in places, but the boat remained clear, pale hull, blue stripe, lowered sail, green lantern. Whoever had drawn it had done so with care, but not with an artist's flourish. It was the drawing of someone who wanted a thing recognized. Calen turned the paper over. Nothing. He held it to the window. No hidden watermark appeared. No secret writing. Only the grain of old paper and the gray-white glow of morning fog. "When it circles," he said quietly. "Remember gently." The kettle clicked as it cooled. Calen thought of all the things a lighthouse keeper remembered. The timing of the tide, the sound of a healthy flame, smell of fog before it thickened, which villagers preferred strong tea and which pretended to, where the stair creaked, how the lens changed color at sunset, which dreams drifted east and which wandered north. But the words on the page did not feel like an instruction to remember a duty. They felt more personal than that, and more distant. After breakfast, Calen carried the guest-book page down to the lower room where the oldest records were kept. This was the coolest room in the lighthouse, built partly into the cliff itself. The walls were stone, the floor worn smooth, and shelves stood in careful rows against the curve. Here, in boxes and ledgers and cloth-wrapped bundles, the history of the lighthouse slept lightly. There were charts of the dream sea of shifting currents, lists of keepers, lamp recipes, storm notes, repairs, harbor berths, and winter closures, reports of strange dream objects which wore after moontides, a silver spoon that hummed before rain, a paper bird that unfolded at dawn, a string of bells no one could hear while awake, a blue glove that fit every hand and no hand. Calen loved this room, though he did not visit it often. Too much looking backward could make the present feel neglected, and the lighthouse required presence. But sometimes, when fog closed the world, and work was done, he came here to sit among the old pages, and remember that his own years were only one chapter of a longer keeping. He searched the keeper lists first. Nothing. Then the unusual sightings. Nothing. Then a bundle marked dream vessels, irregular. The ribbon around it was stiff with age. Calen untied it carefully and spread the pages across the table. There were notes on dream boats that had drifted too near the rocks, dream boats that had arrived without lanterns, dream boats that carried no objects but gave off the sound of rain, dream boats that came in pairs, dream boats that refused the beam until the keeper sang to them. Calen read slowly. The fog thickened outside. The lighthouse stone held the morning as coolness. At the bottom of the third page he found a note written in brown ink. In the 32nd year of Keeper Olin-S watch, a small white dream vessel with blue side markings circled the light for 7 nights. Full lantern green. No visible sleeper. Vessel did not respond to bell, beam, or lowered harbor lamp. On 7th night, keeper recorded hearing a child's song from the water, though no child was aboard. Vessel vanished before dawn. Calen sat back. Hippolyte had served more than 100 years before Calen's time. He continued reading. Below the note, in another hand, someone had written, possibly related to the unmoored dream. The unmoored dream. Calen knew the phrase only as village story. Children in Lume whispered it when fog came early. Old sailors mentioned it when speaking of dreams that returned again and again. The unmoored dream was said to be a dream that had lost the person it belonged to, or perhaps a person who had lost the courage to return to their own dream. The story changed depending on who told it. In some versions it was sad, in others comforting. In Calen's favorite version, told by an old net-mender named Syra, the unmoored dream was not lost at all. It was only waiting for the right light. He had never paid it much thought. Many old coast stories gathered around lighthouses, as shells gathered in tide pools. Some were true in their own way. Some were useful only because they gave shape to feelings too soft to name. But now the drawing lay beside the record. Small white boat, blue stripe, green lantern, circling. Calen folded his hands on the table. The fog pressed against the lower window, blurring the world into pale silence. Somewhere above, the unlighted lens rested in the lantern room, waiting for dusk. For the first time, Calen wondered whether the little boat had come for the lighthouse, or for him. It did not chase the thought. Dream-seek questions rarely open when pushed. Instead, he copied the old note into his current keeper's book, added the guestbook line beneath it, and tucked both the loose drawing and the copied page into the front pocket of his coat. Then he climbed back up through the lighthouse, floor by floor, into the waking day. By late morning, the fog began to lift. A harbor village appeared slowly, as if painted in watercolors, and then allowed to dry. Red roofs first, then chimneys, then the dark lines of boats, then the stone pier, the nets, the chapel, the fish market, and the crooked row of cottages climbing the hill. Lume was not a large village, but it held many small things carefully. Blue shutters, rope baskets, shell wind chimes, a bakery with a round window, a bell tower, no taller than a ship's mast, a harbor wall built by generations who had placed their stones with patient hands. Beyond the village, fields rose in green strips toward the inland hills. Beyond the hills, the rest of the waking world went about its business. But Lume faced the dream sea. The mat had shaped it. People in Lume spoke softly after sunset. They did not mock strange dreams at breakfast. They kept lamps in windows for those who woke unsettled in the night. And every house, however small, had a little shelf near the door where one might place an object brought back from sleep. A shell, a feather, a button, a smooth stone, a scrap of song, written quickly before it faded. Calen walked down to the village in the afternoon, taking the cliff path slowly. It curved from the lighthouse, through seagrass and low white flowers, then descended toward the harbor in a series of stone steps worn shallow by many feet. On one side, the cliff dropped to dark rocks and the restless silver edge of the sea. On the other, wind-bent shrubs leaned inland, their leaves shining from fog. He carried the guest-book page in his coat. He told himself he was going to buy lampwicks and flour. This was true. It was not the whole truth. At the bottom of the path, near the old net shed, Sarah was sitting on a bench with a coil of rope across her lap. She was very old now, though she would not have thanked anyone for saying so. Her hair, once black, had gone white and thin, and she wore it in a long braid pinned beneath a dark wool cap. Her hands were bent with age, but still knew knots better than most young sailors knew their own pockets. She looked up as Calen approached. fog gave you trouble?" she asked. "Only company. Fog is poor company. Repeats itself." He smiled and sat beside her. The harbor moved quietly before them. Boats rocked. Nets dried. Two children carried a bucket between them with the solemn care of those who had been told not to spill and fully intended to spill anyway. Calen took the folded page from his coat. "Sirrah," he said, "do you remember the story of the unmoored dream?" He should not answer at once. Her hands paused in the rope. Then she resumed the knot, slower now. "It is a night-time question," she said. "I know. It is afternoon. I know that too. Then you have either grown impatient in your middle years, or something has come near the lighthouse." Calen handed her the drawing. Sarah unfolded it and held it close. Her face changed very little. Only her eyes softened, and the rope in her lap became still. "Ah," she said, "you know it. I know the story of it. Is it the unmoored dream?" Sarah looked toward the sea. "The unmoored dream is a name people use when they do not know whether a dream belongs to the sleeper or the sea." She tapped the drawing with one finger. "But this boat has another name." Calen waited. Sarah folded the page carefully along its old crease. "A Lullaby Boat," she said. The harbor seemed to grow quieter around them, though perhaps Calen only listened differently. "The Lullaby Boat," he repeated. "My grandmother spoke of it. Her grandmother, too, if family memory can be trusted, after so many cups of tea." Sarah handed the page back. "It comes when someone has forgotten the way back to a gentle dream." "A person?" "Sometimes." "Someone sleeping?" "Always, in one way or another." Calen looked out at the water. "What does the lighthouse have to do with it?" Sarah's hands resumed their knot. "The lighthouse guides dreamers through the night. That much everyone knows. But there are dreams that do not need guiding forward. They need guiding home, not to a harbor, not to a bed, to the place inside the sleeper where they can rest without being afraid of their own darkness." Calen was silent. A small boat knocked softly against the pier. Sarah continued. "The old keepers used to say the green lantern appears when the lighthouse flame remembers a particular tenderness, a song perhaps, promise, a name spoken kindly, something the dreamer once trusted and then forgot." Calen unfolded the drawing again. "When it circles, remember gently." "What must I remember?" he asked. Sarah tied off the knot and pulled it firm. "That is why it circles, I suppose." The answer was not satisfying. It was, however, the kind of answer that felt true. Sarah looked at him from beneath the edge of her cap. "Do not go searching your mind like a sailor dragging hooks through kelp. You will only catch old rope. What should I do? Keep the light. Listen. Read what the old pages offer. And if the boat comes again, do not call to it as though it is lost. How should I call? Like something dear has almost found its way." Calen sat with that. The tide breathed against the harbor stones. The afternoon light turned the water pale blue. "Thank you," he said. Sarah picked up another length of rope. "Bring me cinnamon next time you come down." "From the baker?" "Unless you have begun grinding it in the lantern room." "I have not." "And then from the baker." Calen smiled and rose. He bought lamp wicks, flour, and cinnamon. He stopped at the bakery, where the warm air smelled of sugar, yeast, and orange peel. He exchanged a weather note for a small loaf with raisins in it. He collected 2 letters from the post shelf, one from a cousin inland, who wrote twice a year about apple trees, and one from the village children, who often sent him questions in a shared envelope. This one read, "Dear Keeper Calen, do dreamboats ever bump into each other? If they do, do the dreams mix? Also, does the lighthouse flame get lonely? Please answer. Whichever question is easiest. Calen read the letter outside the bakery and smiled to himself. Then he tucked it into his coat beside the drawing of the Lullaby Boat, and began the walk back up the cliff. By the time he returned to the lighthouse, the sun had lowered behind a veil of thin cloud. The sea beyond the cliff was changing from blue to pewter, and the first hints of evening mist had begun to gather near the second reef. Calen put away the flour. He placed the cinnamon in a small jar marked Syrah. He answered the children's letter with care. Dear harbor questioners, dreamboats rarely bump into each other, because dreams have more room at sea than boats do. If to come very close, they sometimes exchange colors, music, or the smell of breakfast, but only for a little while. As for the flame, I do not think it gets lonely when it is tended. Some lights are made for keeping company across distance. Keeper Calen, he folded the letter and set it by the door for tomorrow. Then he climbed to the lantern room. The sea was waiting. The village was settling. The dream sea had begun to gather itself in mist. Calen placed the guest book drawing on the table beside the keeper's book. He polished the lens more slowly than usual, though it did not need polishing. He checked the basin. He trimmed the wick, opened the east window a hand's width to let the night air move through. Then he lit the flame. The lighthouse beam turned over the harbor, over the sleeping rocks, over the edge of ordinary water, and into the mist. For a while, nothing unusual appeared. Dreamboats drifted through the beam in their quiet procession. One carried a silver comb. One carried an empty chair. One carried 3 candles burning blue. A long, narrow boat with a sail like a moth's wing moved eastward, leaving a trail of soft sparks behind it. Calen watched. He waited without leaning too hard into waiting. The moon rose. The mist brightened. Then, near the second reef, a green light appeared. Small, steady, the Lullaby Boat emerged from the dream mist. Its pale hull moved without oars. Its lowered sail rested in the boat like folded cloth. The blue stripe along its side caught the lighthouse beam and glimmered faintly. At its bow, the green lantern shone with its patient underwater glow. It did not pass east. It turned toward the cliff. Calen opened the lantern room window. The boat circled once. The waves below made no hard sound. They lifted and loosened around the rocks, as if the sea itself were trying not to disturb the small vessel. The boat circled again. Calen held the edge of the window frame, feeling the cool salt air against his hands. Like something dear has almost found its way, Sarah had said. He did not call loudly. He did not ring the bell. He only spoke into the mist. "Good evening, little boat." The green lantern brightened. Only a little, enough for Calen to see. His heart moved in his chest, not with alarm, but with a tender ache of recognition without memory. The boat completed its circle and came beneath the beam. This time, as the light passed over it, Calen heard something. Not from the water exactly. Not from the air. A melody. Very faint. Lullaby. Perhaps, though he did not know the words. Only 4 notes, rising and falling. He stood perfectly still. The melody faded before he could follow it. The Lullaby Boat turned again and continued its slow circle around the lighthouse cliff. Calen closed his eyes. Somewhere inside him, a door he had not known was closed gave the smallest sound, not opening yet, only remembering that it had hinges. The beam turned. The mist breathed. The boat circled below with its green lantern glowing steadily through the dark. And in the lantern room above, Keeper Calen listened to 4 soft notes he almost knew, while the dream sea gathered quietly around the tower for another night. By morning, the 4 notes had not left Calen. They were not loud in his memory. They did not press at him or trouble his breakfast or make the daylight feel strange. They were simply there, resting somewhere behind his thoughts. Like a shell placed on a windowsill, it catches the eye each time one passes. 4 notes, rising, then falling, soft enough that he might have mistaken them for wind through the lantern room, if not for the way his heart had answered before his mind understood. There was music. He woke later than usual, though only by a little. The light through the narrow keeper's room window had already shifted from pearl to pale gold, and the sea below the tower was beginning to brighten in long smooth bands. The dream sea had withdrawn with the night, leaving only ordinary water beyond the second reef. The ordinary water, Calen often thought, was already mysterious enough if watched with patience. He lay still for a moment beneath the blue wool blanket. The tower was quiet. No gulls cried overhead. No bells sounded from the harbor. Only the slow hush of waves moved below the cliff, and somewhere in the stone body of the lighthouse a pipe ticked softly as the morning warmed it. Calen closed his eyes again. He tried to hear the lullaby as it had come to him from the mist. There, almost, 4 notes. The first was low, the second higher, the third returning downward, the fourth held gently, as if someone had stopped singing before the song was finished. He did not know the melody, and yet something inside him disagreed. It was not recognition in the usual sense. He could not name where he had heard it. He could not attach it to a voice, a room, a season, or a person. But the notes had moved through him like footsteps along a familiar hallway in a house he had not entered for years. He rose slowly, washed, dressed, and tied his blue scarf around his neck. Though the morning was not particularly cold, the scarf had become a habit after long years near the dream sea. Some nights left the chill behind, even after sunrise. In the kitchen, he made tea with mint and a pinch of dried orange peel from the village bakery. He cut bread, warmed it, and ate standing in the south window, looking down toward Lume as the harbor came awake. A fisherman in a brown coat crossed the pier with a coil of rope over one shoulder. 2 children ran beside the chapel steps, slowed when they passed the dream shelf near the door, and then ran again. Smoke lifted from 3 chimneys. A woman opened blue shutters and leaned out for a moment, letting the sea air into her house. The village did not know yet that the Lullaby Boat had returned for a second night, or perhaps, in the strange way coastal villages must sometimes know things before being told, it did. Calen finished his tea and took the children's letter from the table. Dear Keeper Calen, do dream boats ever bump into each other? If they do the dreams mix? Also, does the lighthouse flame get lonely? Please answer, whichever question is easiest. He had written his answer the day before, neatly folded it, and left it near the door to take down to the village. This morning, however, the last question drew his eye again. Does the lighthouse flame get lonely? He had answered, I do not think it gets lonely when it is tended. A true answer, but perhaps not a complete one. Calen set the letter beside his cup and looked toward the stair leading upward. The flame was out now, sleeping in its bronze basin, until dusk. But the lantern room above still held the memory of its work. The lens, the brass rails, the night glass, the table where the guest book page lay folded beside the keeper's book. All of it seemed, from below, to be waiting. He gathered the children as letter, his current keeper's book, the old drawing of the Lullaby Boat, and the copied note from Keeper Olan's records. Then he climbed. The lantern room in morning was full of pale reflections. Sunlight had entered through the eastern panes and broken against the great lens, scattering faint colors across the floorboards. Blue, green, gold, and a soft rose that appeared only when the air was especially clear. The bronze basin stood empty of flame but not of presence. The night glass within it looked transparent in daylight, almost ordinary, except when Calen moved and saw a small star shift beneath its surface. He placed the papers on the narrow table. Then he stood before the lens and hummed the 4 notes. The sound came out thinner than he expected. He tried again, low, higher, lower, held. The notes touched the glass, returned to him faintly, and faded. No memory opened. No hidden drawer appeared. No old voice answered. Calen smiled a little at himself. Dreamsea mysteries rarely rewarded impatience with drama. Most of them preferred to be approached the way one approached a sleeping cat, without sudden movement, with no assumption of being welcomed immediately. He took a clean page from the drawer and wrote the notes as best he could. He was not a musician in any formal way, but lighthouse keepers learned many useful forms of notation: weather, tide, timing, bird paths, bell signals, and music, when necessary, could be marked by shape, if not by proper score. He drew 4 small lines: low, up, down, rest. Then beneath them he wrote, heard from Lullaby Boat, rearing second circling. Green lantern brightened, after greeting. Melody incomplete. Feels known, but not remembered. He hesitated over the last line, then left it. A record that hid uncertainty was not a record. It was decoration. When he had finished, he took the old guest book from its shelf and laid it open on the table. The loose drawing had come from near the back, tucked between 2 damp stuck pages. Calen returned to that place and examined the surrounding entries more carefully than he had the night before. The left-hand page contained 3 ordinary notes. A traveling candle-maker had written thanks for supper during the storm. A young apprentice-keeper had drawn a gull with a judge's expression. Someone named Calen had written, slept below the lantern-room, and dreamed of a green door in the sea. Calen paused at that. A green door in the sea. The handwriting was narrow and slanted. Beneath the sentence, in smaller script, someone else had added, "Some dreams do not open until they are sung to." There was no date. The facing page was more damaged. Salt air had blurred parts of the ink, and one corner had worn thin. But near the bottom, half hidden beneath an old tea stain, Calen found a line he had somehow never noticed. Olan said the boat circles not the tower, but the part of the keeper that has gone quiet. Calen sat back. The lantern room seemed very still, not silent. The sea below moved. A glass made tiny morning sounds as it warned. Then a gull stepped across the outer rail with soft awkward clicks. Yet around the sentence, stillness had gathered. The boat circles not the tower, but the part of the keeper that has gone quiet. Calen read it again. It should have startled him. Perhaps years ago it would have. But now the words entered him in the manner of all things that arrive with the tide, slowly, inevitably, without apology. Part of the keeper that had gone quiet, he thought of his own life in the lighthouse, the steady days, the carefully kept books, the polished lens, the reliable flame, the village below that cared for him, and which he cared for in return. He thought of how rarely he sang any more, though once, long ago, singing had been as ordinary to him as making tea. That memory stirred, then slipped away. Calen did not chase it. He wrote the sentence into the current keeper's book and marked the page with a ribbon. By late morning he went down to the records room again. The lower room was cool, and its stone shelves smelled faintly of paper, salt, and dried lavender. Calen lit a small lamp, not because he needed it, but because some rooms gave up their secrets more kindly when treated as though evening had come early. He returned to the bundle marked "Dream Vessels Irregular" and searched for Keeper Olan. There were 3 mentions: The first described the circling boat over 7 nights. The second was a repair note. Lantern bell cleaned after green light resonance. No damage. Tone altered. The third was a fragment, torn from a larger page. Olin requested the old lullaby from harbor families. Claimed boat responded to 4th line, not first. Sierra's grandmother said the words were older than the village chapel and should be sung without performance. As one folds a blanket over a sleeper, Calen held the fragment under the lamp. The old lullaby. Harbor families. 4th line. He looked toward the ceiling, as if the lantern room above might have heard. He had grown up in Lume, though not in the Lighthouse. His mother had kept a small sailcloth shop near the harbor wall. His father repaired oars. Calen's earliest memories were full of sea smells, damp rope, mended canvas, and the soft voices of adults speaking in kitchens after storms. There had been songs, of course, work songs, tide songs, children as rhymes, humming over cradles, the kind of music that belongs so completely to daily life that no one thought to preserve it until it began to disappear. Had he known the old lullaby once? The question did not hurt exactly. It opened the space. He copied the fragment and tied the bundle closed again, and searched the shelf marked songs, bells, and night calls. This shelf held fewer records. A lighthouse was not a music hall, and most keepers had been practical souls who wrote more often about lamps than lullabies. Still, there were bell patterns for fog, whistle codes for dream tides, and several pages of songs gathered from harbor families after strange nights on the dream sea. Calen read them slowly. Some were familiar. Some were not. A dawn song for boats returning through fog. A net-mending rhyme that used the same word for knot and promise. A winter verse sung to children afraid of the sound of ice moving under the pier. A half-page marked, Song for Sleepless Houses. But none of them held the 4 notes. Noon. His eyes had grown tired. He closed the records, then returned to the kitchen, where sunlight had moved across the table and the bread had gone cool beneath its cloth. He made soup from onions, potatoes, dried herbs, and a little cream. He ate at the window seat, one knee drawn up, watching the village below. The harbor had entered its mild hour. Morning work had been done. Afternoon work had not yet become necessary. People moved more slowly. Nets hung in the sun. A cat slept on the chapel wall. Children were being called indoors for bread, and escaping again with bread in their hands. Calen thought of the children's question. Does the lighthouse flame get lonely? He turned the answer over in his mind. Some lights are made for keeping company across distance. That, too, felt true. But what of the keeper? Was a keeper lonely when he was tended? The thought made him smile, though softly, without humor at himself. For many years he had considered his life settled. Not empty, not regretful, only quiet. He had friends in the village, visits, letters, work, weather, the sea, the flame. He had all the company a person of his temperament might reasonably ask. And yet the Lullaby Boat had circled, not the tower, perhaps a quiet part of him. After lunch, Calen put on his coat and went down to Lume. He carried 3 things: the children's answered letter, the old drawing, and the copied 4-note pattern. He also carried Sierra cinnamon in a small jar because one did not ask an old net mender about ancient lullabies and arrive empty-handed. The village smelled of warm stone and tide pools. At the bakery, he left the children's letter with Mira, the baker's daughter, who promised to deliver it to the harbor school after the afternoon lesson. "Will there be another question?" she asked. "There usually is." They have been discussing whether dreams need weather. A serious topic. Very. It delayed sums. Calen bought the small honey cakes, one for himself and one for Mira, and continued down to the net shed. Mira was not on the bench. This was unusual enough that Calen paused. Then he saw her near the old drying posts, standing with one hand on a rail, looking out toward the second reef. Wind tugged at her white braid. Her dark cap sat low over her ears. "You came with cinnamon," she said, without turning. "I did. And questions. One or two. Then the cinnamon may balance them." He handed her the jar and the honey cake. She tucked the cinnamon into her coat pocket and examined the cake. "Mira is learning restraint with sugar. Sign of maturity, or shortage. Do not ruin bakery philosophy with economics." They sat together on a low stone wall facing the harbor. Calen showed her the four-note pattern. "I heard this last night," he said, "from the boat." Mira looked at the page, her fingers stilled round the honey cake. "Sing it," she said. "I would rather not trouble the gulls. They have endured worse." Calen glanced around. No one nearby seemed to be listening. Even so, he lowered his voice and hummed the four notes as he remembered them. Low, up, down, rest. Mira closed her eyes. For a moment the harbor wind moved around them. A rope knocked softly against a mast. Somewhere behind them a child laughed and was gently hushed. When Mira opened her eyes, they were wet, though she did not weep. "That is not the beginning," she said. "The records said Keeperl and believed the boat responded to the fourth line." Do you know it?" Mira looked toward the water. "I know pieces." She took a breath, then spoke rather than sang. "When the moon lays down her silver, when the dark has turned the foam, when the little sail grows weary." She stopped. Calen waited. Mira frowned. "There should be another line." "The fourth." "Yes. Can you remember it?" "No." She sounded more displeased than sad. "It has gone where old songs go, where no one sweeps under the chairs." Calen smiled gently. "What do you remember about it?" "That my grandmother sang it low. Not pretty. Low. She was speaking to someone who had nearly fallen asleep and needed no decoration." Mira looked at the four notes again. "The line ended there, I think, on that held note. Do you remember who she sang it to?" "To children, to dreamers. Once to my grandfather, when fever made him think he was still at sea." She folded the paper carefully. "And once, if family memory is not lying for attention, to the lighthouse itself." "The lighthouse." "She said Keeper Olin came down after the boat's fourth night and asked the village for old sleep songs. Several people sang at him until he looked more tired than before. Then my grandmother sang this one, and he wrote it down." "Where?" "Not in the council room. I did not find it there. And perhaps in the place keepers put things they are afraid are too soft for official records." Calen thought of the lantern room, the guest book, the kitchen shelf, the drawer beneath the tide table, a little wooden box in the keeper's room where previous keepers had left spare buttons, broken spectacles, smooth stones, and once a lock of gray hair tied with thread. "I will look," he said. Mira gave him back the four-note page. "Do not look too sharply." "So you have told me. And you listened?" "I am trying." "Trying is noisy. Listening is quieter." He accepted the correction with a small nod. Before he left, Mira touched the sleeve of his coat. "Calen." He looked at her. "Do you remember anyone singing to you when you were young?" The question moved gently, but found a tender place. "My mother," he said after a while. "Sometimes." "What did she sing?" He looked toward the harbor, where the water moved softly between boats. "I do not know." Sarah's hand remained on his sleeve a moment longer, then released it. "Then perhaps you have found the part of you that went quiet." Calen walked back to the lighthouse in the late afternoon. The path rose slowly from the harbor, turning through seagrass and white flowers, past dark rocks and gull nests, toward the tower on the cliff. The lighthouse stood against a sky washed with thin cloud, its pale granite warmed by the lowering sun. At the top, the lantern-room glass caught light in small flashes, as if the tower were already dreaming of evening. Calen did not go first to the records room. He went to the keeper's room. It was small, plain, and tidy. A narrow bed, a chest, a chair, 2 hooks for coats, a shelf with a few personal books, a little wooden box set beneath the window, exactly where it had sat since before his time. He took it to the bed and opened it. The smell that rose from it was old wood, dust, and the faintest trace of lavender. Inside lay the accumulated tenderness of practical people: buttons, bent pins, a cracked watch face, a tiny shell, a brass key with no label, 2 marbles, a note that read, "The west stair creaks because it enjoys attention. Ignore it." A pair of spectacles wrapped in cloth, a dried blue flower between folded paper. Calen lifted each item and set it on the blanket. At the bottom of the box, beneath a square of faded sailcloth, lay a small music card. It was made of stiff paper, punched with tiny holes in a pattern. Along one edge someone had written, "Harbor Lullaby, Olen's copy." Calen's breath slowed. He held the card carefully, afraid it might crumble, though it was sturdier than it looked. The punched holes made no sense by themselves, but he knew what they belonged to. A hand-cranked music reader. There was one in the lighthouse, or there had been. He remembered seeing it years ago in the room below the lantern, on a shelf of unused instruments. Fog whistles, signal bells, cracked tuning forks, a small concertina missing one button. A music reader had seemed, at the time, decorative or obsolete. He had not touched it. Now he climbed to the watchroom with the card in hand. The watchroom sat directly beneath the lantern-room, and had windows facing all 4 directions. It held tools, spare glass, coils of rope, polishing cloths, and signal instruments, used rarely but kept ready. On the highest shelf, beneath a folded canvas, Calen found the music reader. It was a small brass and wool device with a hand crank on one side, and a narrow slot for punched cards. Its surface was tarnished, but the mechanism moved when he turned it gently. Dust rose. He carried it to the table, cleaned it with a cloth, oiled the crank, and waited until the gears moved without complaint. Then he slid in the card. Harbor Lullaby, Olen's copy. He turned the crank slowly. At first, only a clicking sound came. Then a note, thin, metallic, trembling from age. Another. The melody emerged in fragments, like moonlight on water broken by small waves. Calen turned the crank with care. The tune was simple, so simple that it seemed less composed than remembered by the bones. The first lines moved softly downward, then rose, then circled back, as if rocking something gently from side to side. He recognized none of it. Then the 4th line came. 4 notes, low, up, down, held. Calen stopped turning the crank. The watchroom was very quiet. He stared at the music reader, one hand still on the crank. There was the melody, not imagined, not half-heard, real, written in holes punched long ago by someone who had thought to leave softness in a box of practical things. He turned the crank again, beginning at the 4th line. The 4 notes sounded, faint, metallic, worn. Yet beneath them, Calen heard another memory trying to rise. A room, warm lamplight, the smell of sailcloth, rain tapping a roof, his mother's hands folding blue fabric, a younger Calen. not yet keeper, sitting under the cutting table in her shop, while wind pushed at the shutters. Her voice, not the words, only the shape of them. He closed his eyes. The memory did not fully come, but it came near enough for him to feel the old ache of being cared for before one knows care has a name. When he opened his eyes, evening had begun to gather outside the western window. He carried the music reader and the card up to the lantern room. The flame was not yet lit. The dream-sea mist had begun to form beyond the second reef. Calen placed the music reader on the table beside the keeper's book. Then he took the card out and looked at the holes one more time. Harbor Lullaby, Oland's copy. He wrote the title in his current book. Then, beneath it, he copied the fragment Sira had remembered. When the moon lays down her silver, when the dark has turned the foam, when the little sail grows weary. He left space for the fourth line, the line he did not yet know. Then he lit the flame. The night glass opened into gold. The lens gathered the light and sent it out across the harbor, across the rocks, across the place where ordinary water yielded softly to dream mist. Calen waited. Dream boats passed. A boat full of white moths, a boat carrying a closed umbrella, a boat with no sail, only a bowl of stars. One by one they drifted through the beam and went on. The moon rose. The mist turned silver. Near the second reef, a green light appeared. Calen opened the window. A lullaby boat came slowly toward the cliff, pale hull bright beneath the lighthouse beam. Its blue stripe glimmered. Its little sail lay folded, the green lantern at its bow post once, as if greeting had become possible between them. "Good evening," Calen said softly. The lantern brightened. The boat began its circle. This time, Calen did not only watch. He turned to the music reader and placed the card in its slot. The lighthouse beam moved around him, warm and steady. The sea below breathed against stone. Calen turned the crank. The first notes of the harbor lullaby entered the lantern room, thin but gentle. The sound traveled through brass, through glass, through the open window, and down toward the mist. The lullaby boat slowed. Calen kept turning. The melody moved through the first line, the second, the third. The boat came beneath the window, no longer circling at the same distance, but drawing slightly closer to the rocks below the tower. Then came the fourth line. Low, up, down, held. The green lantern shone brighter, not sharply, not like alarm, like recognition. From the boat rose another sound. A second instrument? No. A voice? Perhaps. The same four notes answered the music reader, softer than breath over a sleeping child's hair. Then, for the first time, Calen heard words within the melody. Not all of them, only the last two. Home. The word dissolved into mist. Calen stopped turning the crank. The lullaby boat remained below, resting in the edge of the beam. No dreamer was visible inside. No child, no sailor, no sleeping figure wrapped in blankets. Only the pale hull, the lowered sail, and the green lantern glowing at the bow. Calen leaned on the window-sill. "What are you trying to remember?" he whispered. The boat rocked once. From somewhere within the lantern room, the glass gave a faint answering tone. Calen turned. A great lens was vibrating, very slightly. One pane among the many, a faint green pane on the eastern side, trembled with the held note of the lullaby. Calen stepped closer. The vibration stopped when he approached, then returned when the beam turned toward the dream sea again. Touched the brass frame near the pane. The glass was warm, warmer than the others, and along its lower edge, almost hidden beneath years of polish and salt, were tiny etched letters. He lifted the lamp from the table and held it close. The letters were small, but readable. For Mira, who feared the dark water. May the light sing her home. Calen stood very still. Mira, not the baker's daughter. This engraving was much older. Mira, a name, a dreamer, a child perhaps, or someone who had once been a child. The lullaby boat rocked below, green lantern hollowing softly in the mist. The lighthouse flame turned in its bronze basin. The melody card rested in the music reader. And Calen understood only one thing more than he had before. The circling boat was not asking him to solve a puzzle quickly. It was asking him to remember a kindness slowly. He returned to the window and looked down. The boat began moving again, completing one gentle circle around the cliff. But its path was closer now, calmer, as if the music had drawn it nearer to where it needed to be. Calen turned the crank once more, softly, letting only the fourth line play. The green lantern answered. Low, up, down, held. The boat drifted through the beam, and from the mist below, so faintly that Calen felt the word more than heard it, came the ending again. Home. The boat did not vanish at midnight as it had before. It circled until the second hour after midnight, then moved slowly seaward, not lost, not hurried, carrying its green lantern into the silver mist. Before it disappeared, the lantern dimmed once, brightened once, and then became a small patient star among the dreams. Calen remained in the lantern room long after it had gone. He copied the engraving into the keeper's book. For Mira, who feared the dark water, may the light sing her home. Then he added, Lullaby Boat responded to Harbor Lullaby. Fourth line remains incomplete. Name found etched beneath East green lens pane. Mira, possible dreamer, possible dedication. Search village records and guest book for Mira connected to Olan, green lens, or dark water. He paused, then wrote one final line. Do not hurry the remembering. He closed the book. The flame turned. The sea breathed. And somewhere beneath fading mist, beyond the reach of ordinary sight, the little boat carried the last word of the lullaby, farther into the night, as if home were not a place it had found yet, that a light it had finally begun to trust. Morning came to the lighthouse in layers of gray, silver, and soft blue. The first layer was fog, thin enough for the sea to show through in places, but thick enough to turn the world quiet around the cliff. The second was the color of the water below, still shadowed from night, lifting and loosening against the rocks with the patience of something that had never needed to hurry. The third was light, faint at first, touching the rim of the lantern room, the copper roof, the gull rails, and the eastern glass pane where a name had waited for many years beneath salt and polish. Mira. Calen stood before the pane while the lighthouse rested around him. The flame had been put out shortly before dawn. The night glass now lay clear and still in the bronze basin. The great lens no longer turned, but morning light entered it from several directions at once, and fractured softly through the glass, placing pale green and gold shapes across the floor. The etched words were easier to read, now that he knew where to look. For Mira, who feared the dark water, may the light sing her home. He touched the brass frame beneath the pane, not the glass itself. It was cool now. No warmth remained from the night's response, no tremor of the four notes, no faint glow from the lullaby boat's green lantern. Only the inscription, small and patient, like a message written for someone who had trusted time to keep it safe. Mira. It was not an uncommon name in Lume. There was Mira at the bakery now, with flour on her sleeves and quick hands that wrapped bread better than anyone in the village. There had been other Miras too. Mira Vale, Mira of the Shell Steps, Mira Bell, Mira whose apples always split. Hesira once called a woman who had never managed to harvest an apple whole. But this Mira belonged to the old lens, to Ona's watch, to the green pane, to a fear of dark water, and perhaps to the little boat circling below the lighthouse, with a lantern the color of sea glass. Calen wrote the inscription once more in the keeper's book, this time beneath a heading, Mira, to be found gently. He considered the line, then left it. Some records needed instruction as much as information. After breakfast, he gathered what he thought he might need. The copied records, the old drawing, the music card wrapped in cloth, the children's letter he had not yet delivered, and a small notebook for anything he might find in the village. He placed them in his leather satchel, tied his scarf, and descended the lighthouse stairs slowly. He did not go first to the lower record room. He had spent enough of the previous day among the lighthouse's own memory. Today, he felt, the question belonged to Lume. The cliff path was damp from fog. Grass bent under tiny beads of water. The white flowers along the path held droplets in their centers, each one reflecting a small, upside-down sky. Below, the harbor village came and went behind drifting veils of mist. Red roofs appeared, softened, vanished, returned. The chapel bell tower stood like a pale finger above the fog, and dissolved as Calen descended. Halfway down, he stopped beside the old lookout stone. It was a flat place along the path, where generations of villagers had paused on their way to or from the lighthouse, either to catch their breath or to look back at the tower. Calen had paused there many times without thinking much of it. Today he looked at the stone more carefully. Marks had been carved into one edge. Most were initials. A few were symbols. A small boat, a star, a crescent moon, a gull with too many wings. And there, near the lower side where moss had nearly covered it, was a tiny lantern carved in the same shape as the one drawn at the bow of the Lullaby Boat. Calen crouched and brushed the moss aside with his thumb. The carving was old. Beneath the lantern, almost erased by weather, were two letters. Mira and Olen, perhaps, or something else entirely. Calen did not try to decide too quickly. He copied the mark into his notebook, replaced the moss gently, and continued down toward the village. By the time he reached Lume, the fog had thinned enough for the harbor to be itself again. Nets hung dark and wet along the railings. Cobbled lanes shone faintly underfoot. Lamps in a few windows had not yet been blown out. Their light looked soft and unnecessary in the brightening day. He passed the bakery first. Mira, the bakeress daughter, stood in the doorway with a tray of small round loaves balanced against her hip. Her hair had been tied in a blue cloth, and flour dusted one cheek. "Keeper Calen," she called, quietly enough not to startle the morning. "Children said your answer about dreamboats exchanging the smell of breakfast caused disagreement. Did it? Wren thinks dreams should not be allowed to exchange breakfast smells, unless both dreamers agree. Tabby says dreams do not require manners, because they happen while people are asleep. Both positions deserve thought. That is what the teacher said, just before moving them back to arithmetic." Calen smiled and took the folded children's letter from his satchel. "Then perhaps this will complicate matters further." Mira accepted it with approval. "Good. Arithmetic has had too much confidence lately." She turned to place the letter on the shelf inside, and looked back at him. "You are going to the chapel records." "I was. You look like someone carrying old paper." "Is there a look?" "Yes. Careful around the shoulders." He glanced down at his satchel. "I'm searching for an old Mira." The young baker's daughter tilted her head. "How old?" "Keeper Olan's time." "Then ask the chapel first. Then Sira. Then old Mother Bell if she is awake and willing to admit it. Old Mother Bell is still in Lume." In the blue house above the shell steps. She naps with purpose. Calen nodded. Thank you. Mira looked at him for another moment, more gently now. Is she a dreamer? I think so. Then check the dream shelf too. People forget the shelf is a record because it does not look like one. This was true. The chapel of Lume was small, built of pale stone and driftwood beams, set between the harbor lane and the lower hill. It was not a grand place. Its bell was modest. Its door leaned slightly, and one of the front windows had been repaired with glass so green that on sunny days it cast the pew nearest it into the color of deep water. But the dream shelf was older than the chapel itself. It stood in the entryway, just to the left of the door, made of dark wood smoothed by countless hands. Every house in Lume had a little dream shelf, but the chapel shelf was for dreams that felt too large, too tender, or too puzzling to keep alone. Villagers placed small things there after unusual nights: shells, folded papers, feathers, ribbons, wooden buttons, stones, little drawings, tiny bottles of sand, bits of colored glass, and once a spoon no one could explain, but everyone agreed he looked peaceful. The shelf was not cleared often. Nothing on it was taken without permission, and permission was not always a matter of asking a person. Some objects, Sir liked to say, told you when they were finished resting. Calen entered quietly. The chapel smelt of wax, damp stone, and old wood. Morning light lay gently across the floor. No one sat in the pews. Near the front, 3 candles burned low before a bowl of water, where people sometimes placed their fingers after troubling dreams. The bell rope hung still. He stood before the dream shelf. At first glance, it was only a careful clutter, a white shell with a crack down one side, a blue ribbon tied around a nail, a folded scrap of paper weighted by a smooth black stone, a small wooden fish, a glass bead, a feather, a rusted key, a child's drawing of a moon with 3 windows. Calen did not touch anything at once. He looked. That was often the first kindness one could offer to old things. Near the back of the second shelf, half hidden behind a row of shells, he noticed a small piece of green glass. Not a bead, not quite. It was a flat shod, rounded at the edges by time or water, with a tiny hole near the top, as though it had once been worn on a string. Beside it lay a folded paper, almost the same color as the shelf. Calen carefully moved one shell aside and picked up the paper. It was brittle but not broken. On the outside, in faded ink, someone had written, Mira's sleep song. Do not take from shelf. Calen's breath slowed. He unfolded it where he stood. Her handwriting was uneven, the letters large, as though written either by a child or by someone guiding a child's hand. When the moon lays down her silver, when the dark has turned the foam, when the little sail grows weary, let the lighthouse sing you home. There it was, the 4th line. Simple. So simple he understood at once. How easily it might be forgotten by people searching too hard for something elaborate. Let the lighthouse sing you home. Calen read the verse again. He did not sing it. Not in the chapel. Not yet. He only let the words settle into the quiet space around him. The green glass beside the paper caught the morning light from the repaired window and glowed faintly. Calen leaned closer. Along one side of the glass shard, a mark had been scratched. Only that. Perhaps Mira's, perhaps not. He copied the lullaby carefully into his notebook and refolded the original paper and placed it exactly where he had found it. He left the green glass undisturbed. Do not take from shelf. He understood that instruction now. Some objects did their work by remaining where they had been trusted to rest. At the back of the chapel, a floorboard creaked. Calen turned. The chapel keeper, Nerol, stood near the door holding a broom. He was a quiet man with a round face, soft hands, and a way of moving as though every room contained a sleeper. I wondered when someone would come for that song, Nerral said. Calen looked back at the shelf. You knew it was there? I know most things on the shelf. Not all. The shelf keeps a few for itself. Do you know who Mira was? Nerral set the broom against the wall and came to stand beside him. There are 3 Miras in the old records from old Lenna's time, he said. One married a cooper, one died very old, and left 7 cats who disliked each other. One lived for a season at the Lighthouse. Calen looked at him. At the Lighthouse, Nerral nodded. A small record, not in the public ledgers, in the care book. The care book? For things the village did quietly, food brought to the ill, roofs mended after storms, children watched when families traveled, grief meals, intervisits, dream troubles. I have not seen it. Few ask, fewer need to. Nerral glanced at him. The day, perhaps, you do. Led Calen to a small side room behind the chapel, no larger than a pantry. It held a narrow desk, 2 shelves of ledgers, a basket of candles, and the window that looked toward the harbor wall. From the lower shelf, Nerral removed the book wrapped in undyed cloth. The care book was thick, its cover plain, its pages soft from use. Nerral placed it on the desk and opened it to a marked section. Here, he said. The entry was dated more than 100 years before. Calen bent over the page. Mira Bell, age uncertain, brought from shell steps, after recurring dark water dreams. Mother ill, father at northern nets, child refusing sleep. Report stream of small boat unable to find harbor. Keeper Olin offered tower room for 7 nights, saying some dreamers hear the light better close to its source. Village agreed. Cerebella's grandmother provided lullaby, green glass charm placed on chapel shelf after child slept through dawn. Calen read it twice. Mira Bell, not lost to the sea, not a vanished child carried away in some frightening tale. A child who could not sleep because her dreams kept returning to dark water and a small boat unable to find harbor. Keeper Olin had brought her near the lighthouse. The village had helped, someone had sung, and after 7 nights, Mira had slept through dawn. That was all the care book said, only a few lines. But Calen felt the tenderness of them more strongly than if the entry had been pages long. Whole village acting quietly, a keeper making room, a grandmother remembering a song, a green glass charm left on the dream shelf, a frightened child allowed to rest close to the light until sleep no longer felt like being set adrift. Nerral stood beside him in silence. Did Mira stay in Lume? Calen asked. Nerral turned a few pages. There are later records. He traced a line with one finger. Mira Bell became a sail mender, married no one, as far as the chapel recorded. Kept the small blue shop near the harbor wall. Taught children to stitch canvas. Left free dream objects on the shelf over her life. What objects? Nerral smiled faintly. The green glass, a folded sail from a toy boat, and a button shaped like a star, which disappeared from the shelf during a winter fog, and was later found in a child's pocket after a good dream. The family decided the shelf had approved. Calen looked toward the main chapel, where the dream shelf waited in its entryway. Why was her name etched into the lighthouse lens? That I do not know. But Olin had the green pane replaced during those 7 nights. Paid for it himself, according to the glassmaker's note. Do you have that note? Nerral's smile grew. I thought you might ask. The glassmaker's note was in a thinner ledger marked repairs, gifts, and unusual donations. The entry was shorter than Calen expected. Greenland's pane delivered to Lighthouse at request of Keeper Olin. Glass tinted with sea copper and dream sand. Inscription as requested. For Mira. who feared the dark water. May the light sing her home. Keeper asked whether glass could carry sound. Told him no. Keeper said, all the same, make it kindly. Calen rested one hand on the desk. Make it kindly. There were phrases that revealed a person more completely than any portrait. He imagined Keeper Olen, practical, perhaps weary, asking a glassmaker to make a pane of glass kindly, because the child was afraid to sleep. He imagined the glassmaker, perhaps pretending to be annoyed, perhaps understanding at once. He imagined the green pane, carried up the cliff, fitted into the lens, polished, warmed by the flame, and turned toward the dream sea. The boat had circled for 7 nights. Mira had slept through dawn. And now, after more than a century, the same boat circled again. Calen thanked Nerol and copied the entries carefully. Before leaving, he returned to the dream shelf and stood before Mira's folded song, Let the Lighthouse Sing You Home. He did not take the paper, but he spoke the line silently until he knew he would not forget it. Outside, fog had lifted. The village had entered late morning, bright and damp, full of small sounds. A cart rolled along the harbor lane. Someone beat dust from a rug. The bakery door opened and closed, letting out waves of warm air. Nets snapped lightly in the breeze. The sea beyond the harbor shone gray-blue under the clearing sky. Calen went to Sarah next. She was in her doorway today rather than by the net shed, seated on a chair with a blanket over her knees and the jar of cinnamon on the table beside her. Her blue house above the shell steps leaned slightly toward the harbor, as many houses in Lume did, though perhaps only because houses near the sea liked to listen. "You found something," she said before he greeted her. "I did." "Good. Come in. I have made tea badly, and require someone polite enough not to say so." Her sitting room was small, crowded with the useful belongings of a long life. Nets hung from hooks, shells lined the window sill, a kettle steamed on a little stove. On the wall were 3 framed scraps of sailcloth, each stitched with a different pattern. A shelf held cups, jars, a wooden gull, and a small brass bell that rang only when touched by fog, according to village rumor. Calen sat by the window. Syra poured tea. It was, in fact, too strong. He said nothing. She noticed and looked pleased. He told her what he had found in the chapel care book. Mira Bell, the dark water dreams, Keeper Olan making room in the tower for 7 nights, the old lullaby, the green glass charm, the lens inscription. Syra listened with her head slightly bowed. When he finished, she closed her eyes. "Mira Bell," she said. "Yes, that sits somewhere in the family cupboard." "Your family?" "Bell by my mother's line. Half the village is Bell if one traces long enough, and ignores sense." She opened her eyes again. "My grandmother spoke of a girl who slept in the lighthouse, and came down afterward quiet as a tide pool. Not cured," she said. That was not the word. Rested, Calen held his cup between both hands. The boat was her dream, perhaps, or the shape her fear used, or the shape her safety used while trying to find her. Sarah looked toward the window, where the harbor water gleamed between rooftops. Children often make boats for what adults make into storms. Calen thought of the lullaby boat below the cliff, circling without distress, without panic, with the patience of something waiting to be sung home. "I found the 4th line," he said. Syra's hand stilled. He recited it quietly. "When the moon lays down her silver, when the dark has turned the foam, when the little sail grows weary, let the lighthouse sing you home." Syra closed her eyes before the final line was finished. When she opened them, the wetness in them was softer than grief. "That was it," she said. That was the line. "You remember now." not as one remembers a fact, as one remembers being small near a warm stove. She took a careful breath. My grandmother sang it when winter fog pressed against the windows. She said the lighthouse did not only guide boats, it guided the part of us that wandered while we slept. Calen looked down at his tea. And now the boat has returned. Yes, for whom? Mira did not answer quickly. This was one of the things Calen trusted about her. At last she said, Mira's dream may not belong only to Mira anymore. Calen looked up. Some dreams become village dreams, she continued. And not because everyone has the same one, but because the care given to one person becomes a kind of light others can use. The Lullaby Boat came for Mira. When she could not find gentle sleep, Olan in the village helped sing it home. Perhaps that kindness went into the lighthouse. Perhaps it has been there ever since. And why circle now? Sarah studied him over the rim of her cup. Because even keepers who tend the light may forget they are allowed to be guided by it. The words entered the room quietly. Calen heard the harbor outside, the gulls, the soft creak of Sarah's house in the wind, the clock on her shelf ticking with uneven but determined rhythm. He did not answer. Sarah did not require him to. After a while, she asked, Do you sing, Calen? Not often. That is not what I asked. He smiled faintly, but the smile faded. I used to. With your mother? The room seemed to grow warmer and smaller around the question. Yes. What did she sing? He looked at the window. The harbor water flashed pale light under the clouds. I thought I did not remember, he said. Now I remember her singing when she worked late. Not the words, only the way she made the shop feel less empty. He swallowed gently. First she died. I stopped singing, because songs made rooms too full. Sarah's face softened, but she did not pity him. He was grateful. Rooms can learn to hold fullness again, she said. He nodded. He was not ready to say more. Sarah poured a little more tea into his cup, though he had not finished the first. Tonight sing the fourth line yourself. I have the music reader. The boat has heard the machine. Let it hear the keeper. I may not sing well. Good. The lullaby is not asking to be admired. He almost laughed, and perhaps that was her intention. When Calen left Sarah's house, the afternoon had become clear and mild. The village roofs shone from the last of the morning damp. Children were being released from lessons, and came out of the chapel in twos and threes, carrying slates, bread, and opinions. Mira from the bakery handed one child a roll, and took a question in exchange, as though this were ordinary business. On the way back through the harbor lane, the school children found Calen, or perhaps they had been waiting. Wren, Tavi, and little Ora stood near the chapel steps with the answered letter in Wren's hand. Keeper Calen, Wren said, if two dreams exchange the smell of breakfast, can one dream become hungry? That depends on the dream. Tavi frowned. That is too keeperish an answer. It is the only one I have with me. Ora, who was younger and usually more direct, stepped forward. Does the flame get lonely? Calen looked at her. The question had been answered on paper. Children had a way of knowing when paper was insufficient. I think, he said slowly, the flame does not get lonely when someone tends it. But sometimes a keeper does, for forgets to let the light tend him too. The children considered this. Wren looked uncertain. Tavi looked as if he might argue later. Ura nodded. My grandmother says songs are blankets for inside places, she said. That sounds wise. She says I must not use it as an excuse to avoid wearing my actual blanket. Also wise. Ora reached into her pocket and held out a small shell. It was white, with a faint green stripe near the edge. This was on the dream shelf once, she said, but it fell into my shoe after chapel. Neural said I could keep it until it wanted to go back. Calen accepted the shell when she placed it in his palm. It was warm from her pocket. "What does it remember?" he asked. Aura shrugged. A boat that was not scared anymore. The other children were already drifting into a new disagreement about whether shells had opinions. Calen stood with the little shell in his hand and felt the day turning toward evening. A boat that was not scared anymore. He returned the shell to Aura. "Keep it safe until it tells you otherwise." "I will." She ran after the others. Calen climbed the cliff path toward the lighthouse with the lullaby complete in his notebook, and something opening, very gently, in his chest. Not a wound. Not exactly. More like a room long closed, where the air had grown still, and someone had now opened a window only a little. At the lighthouse he prepared for evening with unusual care. He swept the lantern room floor, though it was clean. He polished the green pane around Mira's inscription, though only with a dry cloth and a light hand. He set the old music reader on the table, but did not place the card inside. He opened the keeper's book to a fresh page and copied the full lullaby there. "When the moon lays down her silver, when the dark has turned the foam, and the little sail grows weary, let the lighthouse sing you home." Below it he wrote, "Mira stayed in tower 7 nights during Keeper Olan's watch. Dream of small boat unable to find harbor. Village care recorded. Green lens pane dedicated for her. Lullaby preserved on chapel dream shelf. Syra believes kindness may become light." He paused, then added, "Tonight, try voice before machine." The sentence looked more serious than he felt, or perhaps he felt more serious than he had admitted. Evening gathered slowly. The sky deepened from pale blue to violet. The village lit its windows one by one. The chapel bell rang once for the scop. Boats in the harbor turned in their ropes, their hulls dark against the water. Beyond the second reef, the dream sea mist began to rise, soft and silver. Calen lit the flame. The night glass caught with its warm, steady glow. The lens gathered the light. The lighthouse began to turn its golden path across the water. Dream boats came. They were gentle tonight. A boat carrying a folded quilt, another with a lantern shaped like a seashell, one narrow vessel with a tiny tree growing in its center, leaves silver under the moon. A boat filled with spoons, which made Calen think of breakfast dreams and smile. They passed through the beam and drifted onward. The moon rose. The mist brightened. Near the second reef, the green lantern appeared. The Lullaby Boat moved out of the dream sea, as though it had been expected by the water itself. Its pale hull glimmered. The blue stripe shone faintly. Its little sail remained lowered, resting softly in the boat. It turned toward the lighthouse cliff and began its circle. But tonight it came closer, not dangerously close to the rocks. The dream sea did not move in danger, but close enough that Calen could see the small ring at its bow, where a rope might once have been tied. Close enough to see that the green lantern was made from glass, the same color as Mira's pane. Close enough to see something lying in the bottom of the boat, a folded piece of cloth, blue. Calen opened the window. The cold mist entered, smelling of salt, lavender, and deep water. "Good evening, little boat," he said. The lantern brightened. The boat slowed beneath the window. Calen rested one hand on the sill. The music reader waited on the table behind him, quiet. He did not reach for it. Instead, very softly, with no wish to perform and no one to impress, but the listening dark, Calen began to sing. "When the moon lays down her silver." His voice was rough at first, not unpleasant, only unused. The first line moved through the lantern room and trembled lightly, then glass. "When the dark has turned the foam, The great lens continued its slow turning. The beam moved over the boat, over the mist, over the open water, where dreamers drifted beyond sight. When the little sail rose weary, below, the lullaby boat came almost still. Its green lantern shone brighter, not like a flare, but like a window opening in a house where someone had been waiting. Calen felt his throat tighten for the final line. He thought of Mira sleeping in the tower more than 100 years before, afraid of the dark water until a village keeper and an old song helped her rest. He thought of Oline asking a glassmaker to make the pane kindly. He thought of Syrah's grandmother singing without performance. He thought of his mother in the sailcloth shop, working late, making the room feel less empty with the quiet movement of her voice. Then he sang the fourth line, "Let the lighthouse sing you home." The words went out into the mist. For a moment there was no sound but the waves. Then the boat answered, not with only the last word this time, with the full line. A small, distant voice, neither child nor adult, neither near nor far, rose from the green lantern and sang back softly, "Let the lighthouse sing you home." The lens warmed. The green pane trembled. The flame in the bronze basin lured, and steadied, as if listening. Calen did not move. The lullaby boat drifted under the beam, and the folded blue cloth at its bottom stirred, though no wind touched it. As it shifted, Calen saw what lay beneath. A small wooden oar, no longer than his forearm. Painted along its side in faded white letters was one word: Mira. The boat rocked once, gently, not asking to be solved, only showing what could now be seen. Calen sang the lullaby again, quieter this time. The boat resumed its circle, closer than before, and each time passed beneath the lighthouse window. Its green lantern answered the final line, "Let the lighthouse sing you home." By midnight the boat had completed 7 slow circles. On the 7th it did not turn outward as it had on previous nights. Instead, it moved toward the narrow inlet below the cliff, where no waking boat could safely land, but where dreams, perhaps, knew softer paths. It came to rest in the moonlit water, just beyond the foam, rocking gently beneath the lighthouse beam. Calen watched over it until his eyes grew heavy. The boat did not vanish. It slept on the water. At last he made his note, "Lullaby," sung by keeper's voice. Boat responded with full fourth line. Blue cloth visible. Small oar marked Mira. A boat resting near cliff inlet after 7 circles. No distress observed. Continue gently. Close the keeper's book. The flame turned. The sea breathed. And below the lighthouse, in the quiet place between ordinary water and dream, the lullaby boat rested for the first time within reach of the light. The lullaby boat remained below the cliff till morning. Calen knew this, because he did not sleep as deeply as he usually did after the long night watch. He rested, yes. The body, after years of lighthouse keeping, had learned how to accept sleep when it was offered, even if the mind still had questions resting like folded maps beneath its pillow. Several times before dawn he woke and listened. Each time the lighthouse was quiet. The flame above had been lowered to its smallest safe glow, still turning faintly through the lens, no longer guiding the full dream sea but keeping its promise to the last wandering lights of night. The tower stones held the coal of the sea. The wind moved around the lantern room in slow, soft breaths, and beneath all of it, from the inlet below the cliff, came the faintest sound of water touching wood, not the heavier knock of a fishing boat against a pier, not the scrape of a hull on stone, only a small, patient rocking, as though something had come close enough to rest and trusted the lighthouse not to ask too much of it before dawn. When Calen finally rose, the sky beyond the keeperess' room window had barely begun to pale. It was the hour before gulls, before village shutters, before smoke lifted from chimneys in Lume. The world was blue-gray and still, with the last stars fading slowly above the sea. For a few moments he sat on the edge of his narrow bed, the blue-wool blanket around his shoulders, listening to the old tower breathe. He thought of the boat. He thought of the small oar marked Mira. He thought of the folded blue cloth lying in the bottom of the hull. And beneath those thoughts, quieter but closer to the heart, he thought of his mother's sailcloth shop. Not in a full memory. Not yet. Only in pieces. A table with its surface scratched by years of measuring. A lamp with a yellow shade. Canvas rolled in bolts along the wall. Needles kept in a little tin. Rain tapping the roof, while his mother hummed and worked late, her hands moving through blue cloth, as if teaching it how to become useful in wind. Calen stood. He dressed warmly, not in his usual morning clothes, but in the thick gray sweater he wore for cliff work, in the old boots whose soles knew wet stone. He tied his blue scarf, took a lantern from the hook near the door, and filled it not with night glass, but with ordinary oil. Its flame would be small and humble, meant for steps and handholds, rather than dream currents. Before leaving the upper rooms, he went to the lantern level. The flames still burned in the bronze basin, low but steady. The great lens was almost still, turning only by the slow clockwork that carried the light through dawn until the sun took over its watch. The green pane on the eastern side no longer trembled. Mira's inscription rested in the faint light, quiet and kind. Calen placed one hand on the brass rail. "I will go gently," he said. The tower gave no answer. But then, lighthouses seldom answered in ways that interrupted the work. He descended through the lighthouse, past the watchroom, past the kitchen, past the records room still holding its sleeping ledgers, down to the lowest door where the cliff path branched toward the inlet. Most villagers used the upper path when visiting the lighthouse. The lower way was older, narrower, and rarely needed, carved into the side of the cliff where black stone met stubborn grass. It led to a small cove beneath the tower, sheltered from the open sea by two curved arms of rock. Waking boats could not land there safely. Dream boats, perhaps, had other agreements with stone. Calen opened the lower door. Cold air entered at once, smelling of salt, wet rock, and the first clean edge of morning. He lifted the lantern and stepped outside. The path downward was slick with mist, but familiar enough beneath his feet. He did not hurry. The lantern cast a small amber circle around each step. To his left, a cliff rose dark and damp toward the lighthouse, whose pale tower stood above him like a patient column between earth and sky. To his right the sea moved in shadow. The ordinary water near the rocks was dark blue. But farther out, where the dream sea had not yet fully withdrawn, silver mist lay low over the surface. At the bend where the path narrowed, Calen stopped. Below, in the inlet, the Lullaby Boat waited. It rested in water so still that its reflection seemed almost more solid than the boat itself. Pale hull, blue stripe, lowered sail, green lantern at the bow, dim now but not extinguished. The small oar marked Mira lay across the inside, and beside it, folded neatly as if placed by careful hands, was the blue cloth. Calen remained where he was for a moment. The boat did not rock away. The green lantern brightened once, faintly. "Good morning," he said softly. The words moved down the cliff path and disappeared into mist. He continued. At the bottom of the path, the stone widened into a little ledge just above the waterline. Seaweed lay in soft dark ribbons between the rocks. Small shells had gathered in shallow pools. The inlet opened toward the east. where the last dream mist drifted in thin, luminous strands. Above, the lighthouse rose so close that Calen could see one of the lantern-room windows catching dawn. The boat floated just beyond arm's reach. He did not step into the water. He did not call it closer. He only crouched on the stone ledge and set his lantern beside him. The boat drifted nearer by the width of a hand. Then another, not pushed by wave, not pulled by rope. It moved as though answering a courtesy. When it came alongside the ledge, Calen saw that no one was inside. No sleeper, no child, no figure hidden beneath the folded cloth. Only the oar, the cloth, and a small shell lying near the green lantern, white with a narrow stripe the color of sea glass. The shell had not been there the night before. At least, he did not think it had. Calen looked at the boat for a long while. "You came close," he said. The little green lantern glowed in answer. He reached out slowly, not toward the oar, not toward the lantern, toward the shell. It was small enough to fit in the curve of his palm. When he touched it, the boat did not pull away. The shell was warm, though the air was cold and the water around the boat was dawn dark. It carried the faint scent of lavender, salt, and something like warm bread. Calen lifted it. As soon as the shell left the boat, sound moved through the inlet. Very soft. A single note. Not from the lighthouse. Not from the water. From the shell itself. Low, then silence. Calen held the shell to his ear. Not because he expected the sea, but because children did that with shells, and some old habits belong to wisdom before they belong to play. At first, he heard only the inlet, water, mist, stone. Then, beneath those, a room he had not entered in memory for many years. Rain against a roof, a needle drawn through cloth, his own small breath, slow with almost sleep, his mother's voice, humming, not the harbor lullaby, another tune, simpler, only 2 notes repeated, then a third rising softly, then back again, a working hum, the kind someone sings when they are not singing for anyone in particular, yet their song fills the room enough that anyone inside it feels less alone. Calen closed his eyes. The ledge beneath him was cold. The shell in his palm was warm. The lighthouse stood above. The Lullaby Boat rested below. And in the old room of memory, his mother worked late the sailcloth table, while storm rain whispered against the shop roof. He was under the table, not because he had been hiding, but because he had liked the cave of hanging cloth and lamplight there. He remembered the smell of canvas, wool, waxed thread, sea salt in his father's coat hanging near the door. He remembered his mother's skirt moving as she turned. He remembered blue cloth falling in folds around him, making a little world. He must have been very young, too young to understand why the shop was open late, too young to know whether the storm outside was serious or only loud, old enough to feel afraid of thunder. Oh, he would not have named it fear. His mother's hand appeared below the table, palm up, holding a scrap of blue sailcloth. "For brave dreams," she said. Her voice was so clear in the memory that Calen opened his eyes. The inlet returned, the boat, the dawn, the shell in his hand. His throat tightened with a feeling that was not grief exactly, though grief lived somewhere inside it. It was more like discovering that a room he had thought empty still held a lamp, long unlit but undamaged. For brave dreams. He looked at the folded blue cloth in the boat. The wind shifted softly. The cloth stirred. Calen did not reach for it. Not yet. The shell had been given. That was enough for one moment. He placed it gently in the pocket of his sweater and rested his hand there. "Thank you," he said. The Lullaby Boat rocked once. Then it drifted back from the ledge by a few inches, as if the exchange were complete for now. The eastern sky brightened. As the sun neared the horizon, the dream sea mist thinned. The water in the inlet changed. The strange silver that had held the boat softened into ordinary blue-gray tide. The green lantern dimmed. Calen stood slowly. The boat remained visible, but less solid somehow, as if daylight did not erase it, but made it harder for waking eyes to hold. Its outline blurred. The blue stripe faded. The oar-marked Mira became a pale line. The folded cloth remained longest of all, a small square of blue at the bottom of the hull. Then the boat slipped backward into the thinning mist and vanished without sound. No splash, no sudden departure, only absence, gentle and complete. Calen stood on the ledge until the sun touched the water beyond the reef. Then he lifted his lantern and climbed back up the path. The lighthouse kitchen felt warmer than usual. He made tea, but forgot to drink it until it had cooled. He set the dream shell on the table beside his cup, and sat across from it as though it were a guest who had arrived early and required no conversation. In daylight, the shell looked almost ordinary, white, small, a green stripe near one edge. But when Calen placed his fingers near it, he could feel warmth still gathered in its curve. He opened the keeper's book and wrote, "A morning after 7th circle rest. Descended lower inlet with hand lantern before dawn. Lullaby boat rested near ledge. No sleeper visible. Objects aboard. Rainbow lantern, oar marked Mira, folded blue cloth, white shell with green stripe. Shell received without distress. Heard single note, then memory of mother's sailcloth shop. Word December bird, for brave dreams. Boat vanished with sunrise. Do not take more than offered." He paused after that last line. Do not take more than offered. It felt important. Not only for the boat, perhaps for memory itself. For many years, Calen had avoided certain rooms inside himself, not by locking them violently, but by becoming very good at walking past their doors. He had told himself this was peace. Sometimes it had been. Sometimes the past did need to remain quiet. But now the lullaby boat had come circling, not to drag him backward, not to break open sorrow, but to offer one shell, one note, one scrap of remembered warmth. Memory did not have to flood a room. It could enter like morning. He closed the keeper's book. Then he ate breakfast. Bread, butter, tea, and half of the raisin loaf from the bakery. The act of eating felt grounding after the dreamtide, as if his body had politely reminded him that even lighthouse mysteries should not be handled on an empty stomach. Later in the morning, he carried the shell down to Lume. He did not wrap it. He kept it in his coat pocket, where his fingers could find it now and then. The path down from the lighthouse was bright by then, though the grass still held beads of mist. Below, the village was lively in its unhurried way. A cart rolled past the chapel. Nets were being folded near the pier. Smoke rose from the bakery chimney. A gull had stolen something from a window-sill and was being scolded by 3 people at once, none of them with much hope of success. Calen went first to Syra. She was not at the net shed or in her doorway. He found her in the small yard behind her blue house, hanging narrow strips of seaweed on a line to dry. She wore her dark cap, her sleeves rolled to the elbow, and an expression suggesting the seaweed had opinions she did not respect. "You look like someone who went down to the inlet," she said. "I did." "Before breakfast?" "Yes." Unwise but traditional. He took the shell from his pocket and placed it in her open palm. Syra held it without speaking. Her thumb moved once over the green stripe. "The boat gave this?" she asked. "I think so." "And you did not take the cloth?" "No." "Good." He looked at her. "You knew there would be cloth. I knew there might be something." She handed the shell back. Dreamboats do not carry objects for decoration. But not every object is ready to leave the boat. Calen slipped the shell into his palm again. "When I held it, I remembered my mother, her shop, a blue cloth. She said, "For brave dreams." Sira's face changed with the softness of someone receiving a truth and setting it down carefully. "Did she make you such a cloth? I do not remember owning it." "And sat what I asked." Calen looked toward the harbor beyond Sira's roof. The memory was still partly veiled, but less distant now. "She gave it to me during storms, perhaps," he said, "or when I slept under the work table." "You slept under the work table?" "Apparently. Good place. Sheltered. Smells of purpose." He smiled faintly. Sira took a strip of seaweed and laid it across the line. "Children are braver with something to hold. A blanket, a shell, a song, a hand nearby. Adults pretend to outgrow this because they are embarrassed by mercy." Calen looked down at the shell. The green stripe caught sunlight. "Mira had the lighthouse," he said, "and the song, and the village, and Olan, who had enough sense to make glass kindly." Sira pinned another seaweed strip. "Perhaps you had blue cloth. Perhaps you still do, somewhere. I do not think so. Lighthouse boxes are full of things people do not think so about." This was true enough, that he could not argue. Sira turned to him fully. "Calen, the bolt may have come from Mira's old dream. Yes. But it has also come near your shore. Do not make the mistake of thinking comfort is only for those who are visibly afraid." He listened. The village moved softly beyond the yard. Footsteps, gulls, a bell from the bakery door, children calling to each other near the shell steps. "I am not afraid of the dark water," he said. "No," Sira replied. "You are comfortable with dark water. That can be its own kind of hiding." The words might once have felt too direct. From Sira, they felt like a knot pulled loose. Calen did not answer quickly. At last he said, "The lighthouse has been enough for me. Enough can still have an empty chair in it." He looked at her. She resumed pinning seaweed as if she had said nothing particularly important. The shell warmed in his hand. After leaving Sira, Calen walked to the chapel. He did not go inside to search this time. Instead, he stood near the entryway where the dream shelf rested in morning shade. Niral was arranging fresh candles near the front, and lifted one hand in greeting, but did not interrupt. Calen placed the shell near Mira's folded sleep song for a moment, not leaving it, only letting it greet the shelf. The green glass charm caught the same light as the shell's stripe, and for one quiet breath the two seemed to answer each other. One old, one newly given, one from a child's rest, one from a keeper's remembering. Calen bowed his head. "Thank you," he thought, though he did not know whether the thanks was for Mira, Olan, Sira's grandmother, his mother, the boat, or the lighthouse itself. Perhaps gratitude did not always need a precise address. He lifted the shell again and turned to leave. Niral spoke from near the candles. "We bring it back when it tells me to." The chapel keeper smiled. "Good. The shelf approves of temporary arrangements." At the bakery, Mira handed him a small packet wrapped in paper. "For the tower," she said. "I did not order anything. Number. But you look like you forgot to eat something sweet yesterday." "I ate honey cake. That was yesterday's sweet. This is today's." He opened the packet. Inside was a small bun glazed with honey and marked on top with a crosshatch pattern like folded cloth. Calen looked at her. She shrugged. "I was trying a new shape. Blue cloth. Is that what it looks like?" "Little. Then perhaps that is what it is." The village, Calen thought, had a way of joining mysteries without insisting it understood them. He thanked her and carried the bun back up the cliff path. That afternoon he searched the lighthouse, not as a keeper looking for records, but as a son looking for what he had not known he had kept. This changed the work. He did not begin with official shells. He began with ordinary places. The lower cupboard where old cleaning cloths were stored, the cedar chest in the keeper's room, the drawer beneath the kitchen bench, the narrow cabinet in the watchroom, the little shelf beside the bed where previous keepers had left books, buttons, pressed flowers, repaired spectacles, and once a pebble shaped like a sleeping whale. He found many things. A scarf belonging to Keeper Darren, who had written weather notes in poetry, a sealed jar of black sand from a storm tide, a folded map of the harbor drawn by a child with the lighthouse labeled Tall Friend, 3 copper coins, a wool mitten with no partner, recipe for lemon bread, a strip of sailcloth, gray with age. Calen held his breath when he found it, but it was not blue, and it carried no warmth. He placed it back. Near sunset, after searching longer than he intended, he sat on the floor beside the cedar chest in the keeper's room, surrounded by small remnants of many lives. Dust drifted in the slanting light. The sea sounded faintly through the wall. The dream shell rested on the blanket beside him. He was not disappointed. That surprised him. Once he might have thought that finding the exact cloth would resolve something, but the memory had already given him what it could for now. His mother's hand beneath the table, her voice, for brave dreams, the feeling of being offered comfort before he had words for fear. Perhaps he did not need the original cloth in order to let the comfort be real. He began putting things away. At the bottom of the cedar chest, beneath a folded spare blanket he had not lifted fully in years, his fingers touched a seam that did not belong to the chest lining. He paused. The blanket was blue, not bright now, faded by time, soft at the folds. The simple woolen thing he assumed was one of many lighthouse blankets. But along one edge, almost hidden by wear, a narrow strip of sailcloth had been stitched into the hem, blue sailcloth, darker than the wool, strong though softened. Calen drew the blanket into his lap. There, in one corner, embroidered so faintly he had never noticed it, were 2 small letters. C.S. Calen's full name was Calen Sorin. His mother had stitched labels into everything, not because she was possessive, but because, as she often said, sea in the village borrowed freely and returned unpredictably. He held the blanket without moving. It was not a dramatic discovery. It did not break him open. It did something quieter. It made the memory sit down beside him. He remembered being older, perhaps 12, perhaps 13, the first winter after his mother died. Someone, his father, maybe, or Sarah, or the chapel keeper before Nero, had sent the blanket with him when he began sleeping some nights at the lighthouse, apprentice helper. He had used it for years, then folded it into the cedar chest when it became too worn for regular use. Over time, it had become simply an old blanket, but before that it had been the brave dream cloth, or part of it had. His mother must have stitched the blue sailcloth into the hem, turning a childish comfort scrap into something that could grow with him, something practical enough not to be refused by an older boy learning to hide tenderness behind usefulness. Calen pressed the blanket to his chest. The dream shell warmed beside him. He did not cry for long, only enough. Tears, like tide water, sometimes needed only a narrow channel to move through. When he folded the blanket again, he did not put it back in the chest. He carried it upstairs to the lantern room. Evening had deepened. The village below had begun lighting its windows. The dream seams gathered pale beyond the reef. The old music reader waited on the table. The harbor lullaby card lay beside it. Keeper's book was open to the previous night's notes. Calen placed the blue blanket over the back of the chair near the lantern room window. Then he lit the flame. The lighthouse beam moved out across the water. He did his work as always. Checked the basin, watched the lens, marked the weather, noted the first dreamboats. But the room felt different now. Not crowded, not too full, only warmer, as if the past had entered without bringing a storm with it. The dream shell rested beside the keeper's book. At moonrise, the Lullaby Boat appeared. Tonight it did not emerge from the second reef. It was already near the inlet, waiting. The green lantern glowed softly at the bow. Folded blue cloth remained in the boat, but now Calen saw it differently. It was not asking to be taken. Not yet. It was answering the blanket on his chair, the shell on his table, the memory now awake enough to breathe. He opened the window. "Good evening," he said. Lantern brightened. Calen did not use the music reader. He sang the harbor lullaby himself, voice low and unpolished, but steadier than the night before. When the moon lays down her silver, when the dark has turned the foam, when the little sail grows weary, let the lighthouse sing you home. The boat answered the final line softly. Then, as it rocked beneath the beam, the dream shell on the table released a note. One note only, low and warm. Calen turned. The blue blanket over the chair shifted in the draft from the open window. The strip of sailcloth in its hem caught the lantern light. For a moment the lantern room held three kinds of comfort at once: the lighthouse flame, the boat's green lantern, the old blanket that had once been given for brave dreams. Calen sat in the chair and drew the blanket around his shoulders, not because he was cold, because it was there, because it had been given, because no one outgrew the need to be comforted. They only learned, sometimes too well, to ignore the places where comfort might enter. Below, the Lullaby Boat rested near the inlet, no longer circling. It rocked gently in the light. Calen watched over it. The night moved slowly. Dreamboats passed beyond the reef. The village slept. The flame turned. The sea breathed. Now and then a little shell gave off a faint warmth, and now and then the green lantern below answered with a soft pulse. Near midnight the folded blue cloth in the boat lifted at one corner. Not by wind, not by wave. It opened slightly, as if a hand beneath it had loosened. Inside, Calen saw a pale shape, a small dream shell, perhaps, or a folded note. He did not go down. He did not hurry. The boat had offered one thing at dawn. It might offer another when ready. Instead, he stayed in the lantern room with the old blanket around his shoulders, and sang the lullaby once more, very quietly, not to call the boat closer, but to keep it company while it rested. By the time he wrote the night's final entry, his hand was calm. Dream shell connected to childhood comfort memory. Found blue blanket with mother a sailcloth hem. Lullaby boat resting near inlet, no longer circling tonight. Heltis folded blue cloth stirred at midnight, revealing something pale beneath. No retrieval attempted. Comfort received. Watched gently. He closed the keeper's book. Then, for the first time in many years, Calen did not leave the blue blanket folded on a chair as something old and sentimental. He took it with him when he went down to the keeper's room. He placed it across the foot of his bed. The dream shell he left in the lantern room, beside the flame, where it could hear the sea and perhaps remember both the child Mira and the keeper who was learning, slowly, to let himself be guided. That night Calen slept beneath the old blue blanket. Wind moved softly around the lighthouse. Waves touched the rocks below. The Lullaby Boat rested in the dream tide beneath the tower, its green lantern glowing like a small patient heart. And somewhere in Calen's sleep, not far away and not lost, a woman's voice hummed, while rain tapped gently on a roof, and the scrap of blue sailcloth, They warm in a child's hands, given without explanation for brave and peaceful dreams. Calen did not go down to the inlet the next morning. This was not because he had forgotten what he had seen beneath the folded blue cloth, nor because he had decided the pale shape in the boat no longer mattered. If anything, it mattered more because he had left it where it was. But the Lullaby Boat had already taught him something about gentleness. One did not take a dream by leaning over it too quickly. One did not pull a memory from beneath its blanket simply because one had noticed the corner lifting. And one did not turn comfort into another kind of task. So when morning came, gray-blue and mild, with a soft wind moving over the cliff grass, and the Cipolo lying quiet under a thinning veil of mist, Calen rose without hurrying toward the lower path. He washed, he dressed, he made tea, he sliced bread, and warmed it on the little iron stove until its edges crisped. He ate with the old blue blanket folded over the back of the kitchen chair, where he could see the strip of sailcloth stitched into its hem. The dream shell rested on the table beside his cup. In daylight it looked almost ordinary again, except for the green stripe near its edge and the faint warmth that lingered in its curve whenever his hand came close. It made no sound now, no note, no remembered room. It simply remained, which Calen was beginning to understand, was sometimes the most faithful work an object could do. After breakfast, he opened the keeper's book and read the line he had written the night before. Comfort received. Watch gently. He sat with it a while. Then, beneath it, he added, Do not hurry what has learned to rest. The sentence pleased him, not because it was elegant, but because it was useful. A lighthouse keeper's best sentences were like good knots, plain, strong, and able to hold in weather. He closed the book. Outside, gulls lifted above the cliff rail and drifted toward the harbor. Below, Lume was waking in its familiar layers. The bakery chimney first, then the chapel bell, then the soft clatter of someone opening shutters along the harbor lane. The village looked small from the lighthouse kitchen, but not fragile. Its roofs leaned toward one another in the fog. Its boats rested together inside the harbor wall. Its windows caught the early light like little cups. Calen took the dream shell, wrapped it loosely in the square of cloth, and placed it in his coat pocket. He did not know yet whether he meant to show it to anyone. But some things, once received, asked not to be hidden away too long. He spent the morning in ordinary work. There was comfort in that, too. He cleaned the brass hinges on the lower door, replaced the cracked wick holder in the watchroom, carried fresh oil to the lantern level, and wrote a note to the village carpenter about the east rail, which had begun to loosen in a way that made it creak like an old sailor exaggerating an injury. He swept the stair from top to bottom, and because he was thinking of his mother's shop, he folded the polishing cloths more neatly than usual, edge to edge, corner to corner. Near midday, he climbed to the lantern room. The Lullaby Boat was not visible in the inlet. The ordinary sea moved below in gray-green folds. The rocks were wet. The foam came and went. No pale hull rested near the ledge. No green lantern shone beneath the morning. Calen felt no disappointment. The boat had rested there in the night. That was enough to know. He polished Mira's green pane lightly, though it did not need it, and the inscription caught the daylight. For Mira, who feared the dark water, may the light sing her home. He read it silently. Then he stood before the window and hummed the fourth line of the lullaby. Let the lighthouse sing you home. The note moved through the glass, small and unadorned. This time, when finished, the room did not feel too full. It felt awake. In the afternoon, he went down to the village. The cliff path was bright now, washed clean by the morning mist. Seagrass brushed against his boots. Tiny white flowers bent and lifted in the wind. Water below had turned blue where the clouds opened, and silver where they remained. Farther out, beyond the second reef, there was no dream sea mist yet, only the ordinary horizon, pale and wide. At the bottom of the path he stopped at the harbor school. It occupied the back room of the chapel on weekdays, though lessons often escaped into the square when the weather was good. Today the children sat outside on low benches, beneath a canvas awning, slates on their knees, while Nero wrote tidewords on a board: ebb, flood, drift, anchor, return. The children repeated them dutifully, though not all with equal attention. Ora saw Calen first. "Keeper," she whispered, loudly enough for everyone to hear. Nero turned and smiled. "A welcome interruption, if brief." "I can be brief," Calen said. Tavi looked doubtful. Calen took the wrapped shell from his pocket and held it gently in both hands. "I brought something from near the dream sea," he said. That settled even the restless children. Nero came to stand beside him as Calen unfolded the cloth. The shell rested in his palm, white, small, green-striped, warm in a way that was not quite heat. Ora leaned forward. "It looks like mine." "It does," Calen said. "Did it fall into your shoe?" It was offered by the Lullaby Boat. The children grew very still, not frightened, only aware that this was not a fact to be handled carelessly. Wren, who liked rules, asked, "Did you ask permission?" "I waited until the boat came close. A handful shell. It did not take anything else." I frowned in thought. "Can a boat give permission without talking?" "Yes," Neril said, before Calen answered. "Many things can." Calen placed the shell on the low table, where the tide words had been written. "I heard something inside it," he said. "Memory. Not one that belonged to the shell, exactly. One it helped me remember." "What memory?" Ora asked. The question was direct, but not unkind. Calen looked down at the shell. "My mother's shop," he said. "Rain on the roof, Bruce sailcloth." Her voice. The children received this with the seriousness children often give to truths adults expect them not to understand. Ora said, "Was it a sad memory?" Calen considered. "Not only." "That means yes and no," Tavi said. "It does." Wren looked at the board of tide words. "A flood," Calen smiled. "Very much like that." Nero folded his hands into his sleeves. "What do you think the shell was for?" "To remind me that the lighthouse does not only guide dreamers far away," Calen said. "Sometimes it guides the keeper too." The children considered this. Ora reached out one finger, then stopped before touching the shell. "May I?" Calen nodded. She touched the green stripe lightly. The shell gave no sound, but Ora's expression softened. "It is warm," she whispered. "One should be careful with warm things," Wren said. "Not too careful," Tavi replied. "Then you never hold them." Neril's eyes brightened, though he kept his face composed. "Write that down, Tavi." Tavi blinked. "Was it lesson?" "It is now." The children bent over their slates. Calen left the shell on the table a little longer, letting each child touch it if they wished. Some did. Some only looked. One child asked whether the Lullaby Boat had a captain. Another wondered whether a dream shell could remember breakfast. Ora asked if being guided home after you had failed to find the way yourself. This question quieted the group. Calen sat on the edge of a low bench. "No," he said gently. "Being guided home means there is still a light willing to help you. That is all." Ora looked down at her slate. Then she wrote something. Calen did not ask to see it. When he left, Nero walked with him as far as the chapel door. "You chose well, sharing it with them," the chapel keeper said. "I was not sure I should. That is often a sign one is being careful rather than proud. Calen slipped the shell back into its cloth. The boat may still be connected to Mira, but it feels wider now. Didis narrow look toward the dream shelf sits inside the chapel. Mira's fear was hers. The care given to her became ours. That is how villages survive their dark waters. Calen nodded. He stood for a moment at the dream shelf. Mira's folded sleep song rested where it had waited for so many years. The ring-glass charm lay beside it, catching a narrow line of light from the window. The shell in Calen's pocket warmed faintly, as if aware of its older cousin. He did not place it on the shelf yet, not because he wished to keep it forever, because it had not asked to be set down. Outside the chapel, Mira was waiting on the bench beneath the bell window, as if she had known he would emerge there eventually. "You showed the children?" she asked. "I did." "Did they improve it?" "They asked whether being guided home means failure." Mira smiled with one corner of her mouth. "Better than half the sermons I have heard." "What would you have answered?" "That depends whether the person asking wanted comfort or argument." "Comfort." "Then I would say no." She looked toward the harbor. "Finding your way is not less real because a light helped you see." Calen sat beside her. The afternoon had begun to lean toward evening, though there was still plenty of light left. Boats shifted in the harbor. A woman shook out a blue rug from an upper window. The smell of baking came from Mira's shop. Somewhere near the pier, the children had returned to arguing, which suggested the shell had not made them overly solemn. "I think the boat wants me to understand it," Calen said. "That guidance is not weakness." "Yes. And do you?" He rested his hands on his knees. "I understand it for others." Mira made a satisfied little sound. A respectable halfway point. He looked at her. She did not look back, which meant she was giving him privacy within conversation. "For many years," he said, "I thought tending the light was my way of staying whole. It may have been. It was. But perhaps I also made it my way of not needing anyone to tend me." Mira said nothing. Harbor water moved. Calen continued. "When my mother died, people were kind. The village was kind. My father tried to be, in his quiet way. But I remember wanting everyone to stop looking at me gently. I wanted work, a task, something that made me useful enough that no one would ask whether I was lonely." Mira nodded. "Useful is a strong coat. Keeps weather off. But it can become heavy indoors." He smiled faintly. "The lighthouse suited me," he said. "Still does. The work matters. The solitude is honest. The sea is good company." "All true. But the boat circles the part of the keeper that has gone quiet." "That part may not need to become loud," Calen said. "But perhaps it does not need to remain locked." Mira turned to him then. Her face was lined, weathered, and very gentle. "No," she said, "it does not." They sat until the chapel bell rang once for late afternoon. Before he left, Mira placed something in his hand. A small piece of blue thread wound round a card. "My grandmother's sewing basket," she said, "or possibly my mother's. Family baskets lie about their contents. Take it anyway." "What for?" "You will know when a thing needs mending." He tucked it carefully into his pocket beside the shell. The walk back to the lighthouse felt different that day. Not lighter exactly. A better word might have been less defended. The sea wind moved around Calen without seeming to press against him. The village sounds followed him part way up the path, then softened behind the cliff. Above, the lighthouse waited with its windows catching the evening sky. It did not look lonely. It looked steady, but for the first time in many years, Calen wondered whether steadiness could include receiving as well as offering. At the lower door, he paused. He looked down toward the inlet. No boat. Only water, rocks, and a few strands of mist beginning to gather. He touched the dream shell through the cloth. "Tonight, then," he said softly. The tower accepted him back with its usual silence. He made a simple supper before lighting the flame. Potato soup, bread, cheese, and one of Mira's small honey buns saved from the day before. He ate at the kitchen table with the shell unwrapped beside his bowl, and Sarah's blue thread near his cup. Afterward, he climbed to the lantern room. He carried the blue blanket with him, and placed it over the back of the chair. He set the dream shell beside the keeper's book. He laid the card of blue thread next to the shell, though he did not know why. And he opened the book and wrote a short note before evening fully arrived. Shared dream shell with school children, or asked whether being guided home means failure. Answer, no. It means there is still a light willing to help. Sarah gave blue thread, purpose unknown. Tonight, wait. He underlined the last word once. Then he lit the flame. The lighthouse woke. Warm gold gathered in the lens and went out across the darkening water. The beam moved over Lume's rooftops, where evening lamps glowed in kitchens and upper rooms. It crossed the harbor, touched the chapel roof, passed over the pier, the boats, the rocks, the reef, and finally entered the dream sea mist. Dream boats came slowly that night. A little vessel carrying a basket of apples, another with a folded letter that opened and closed like a breathing wing, one with a sleeping dog curled at the stern, its tail thumping once whenever the beam crossed it, another with no object but a faint smell of cedar smoke. Calen watched them pass. He did not lean toward the inlet. He did not search the mist too sharply. He waited. Near moonrise, the green lantern appeared. The Lullaby Boat did not circle. It came from the inlet itself, as though it had been resting just beyond the edge of waking sight. Its pale hull moved into the lower sweep of the beam, and stopped where the water lay calm between dark rocks. Calen opened the lantern-room window. "Good evening, little boat," he said. The green lantern brightened. The dream shell on the table warmed. Calen placed one hand over it, and sang the harbor lullaby. His voice was steadier now, still low, still plain, but less careful around itself. When the moon lays down her silver, when the dark has turned the foam, when the little sail grows weary, let the lighthouse sing you home. The boat answered the last line with a soft echo. Then the folded blue cloth in the boat opened. Not entirely, only enough. The pale shape beneath it lifted and rose into the air. It was not a shell, not a note. It was a paper sail, small, folded from thick cream-colored paper, with a crease down its center and two tiny holes near the bottom, where it might have been tied once to a toy mast. It drifted upward from the boat without wind, turning slowly in the lighthouse beam. Calen watched it rise. The paper sail came toward the lantern-room window, light as breath. It crossed the open air between boat and tower, moving through mist, through gold, through moonlight. When it reached the window, it hovered for a moment just beyond the sill. Calen held out his hand. The paper sail settled into his palm. It was dry, warm. Along one side, in faint blue pencil, a child had drawn a line of little waves. On the other, in careful uneven letters, was written, "For when the dark water forgets, it is only water." Calen read the words, then read them again. The dream shell gave a low note. The green pane trembled. Below, the Lullaby Boat rested in the inlet, its blue cloth now open enough to show the small oar-marked Mira lying alone in the bottom of the boat. Calen carried the paper sail to the table and placed it beside the shell. As soon as it touched the wood, the lantern-room changed. Not visibly. The flame did not flare. The lens did not stop. The sea did not rise. But the room filled with the feeling of a child's careful making. Small hands folding paper. tongue held between teeth in concentration, someone nearby saying, "Not too loudly. That will sail well." A child's voice answering, "It is for the dark water." Another voice, Olen's, perhaps, though Calen could not know, saying, "Then we will give it a good light." Calen sat. The memory was not his. Not exactly. It belonged to Mira, perhaps, or to the village's care for her. It entered him gently, because it carried something he understood now. The way fear becomes less lonely, when someone helps give it shape. A paper sail, a song, a lantern, a blue cloth, a shell, a blanket. Not a cure, a companion. He turned the paper sail carefully. Near the bottom, almost hidden within the fold, were 4 tiny marks, not letters, notes, the 4th line of the lullaby, drawn as a child might draw them. Dot, higher dot, lower dot, long line, low, up, down, held, Sarah's blue thread wound beside it. Calen understood then why she had given it. The paper sail had once been tied to something. The Koi boat, perhaps, or the little oar, or a mast no longer present. Its lower edge had softened with age, and one of the tiny holes had torn slightly. It was not broken beyond use, only worn where it had once been fastened. Calen took the blue thread. He did not mend it at once. He waited, looking down toward the boat. "May I?" he asked softly. The low beat. Boat's green lantern pulsed once. Only once. Enough. Calen threaded a needle from his small repair kit, and with careful hands reinforced the torn hole in the paper sail using Cyrus blue thread. It was delicate work. He moved slowly, breathing between each stitch, making no attempt to hide the repair. The blue thread lay visible against the cream paper, a tiny crescent of care. When he finished, the shell gave another low note. The paper sail lifted from the table. Calen did not hold it down. It rose, turned once in the lantern room, and drifted back to the open window. For a moment it hovered there, its blue thread repair catching the lighthouse glow. Then it descended toward the Lullaby Boat. It settled into the hull beside the oar-marked Mira. The boat rocked gently. The green lantern brightened, until its light touched the foam around the inlet. From below came the lullaby's final line, sung very softly. "Let the lighthouse sing you home." But this time another sound came after it. A child's laugh, not loud, not startling, only small and relieved, like a breath released after realizing the dark was not as deep as it had seemed. Calen closed his eyes. When he opened them, the Lullaby Boat had changed. Its lowered sail, the real one, folded all these nights in the bottom of the boat, had lifted slightly, not raised fully, not yet, but no longer lying flat. The paper sail rested beneath it, glowing faintly with the green lantern's light. Calen wrote in the keeper's book, with the window still open and the sea air moving through the room. Paper sail offered from Lullaby Boat. Inscription: "For when the dark water forgets, it is only water." Childlike note marks found inside fold. Mended torn hole with Sarah's blue thread. After asking. Sail returned to boat. Heard child's relieved laugh. Boat's own sail lifted slightly. Guidance is not weakness. It is shared light. He stopped after the final sentence. It had come without planning. Guidance is not weakness. It is shared light. He looked at the words for a long time. Then he copied them onto a small spare card. He did not know why at first. Perhaps for the children. Perhaps for the dream shelf. Perhaps for himself. The rest of the night unfolded slowly. The Lullaby Boat remained near the inlet, not circling, not leaving, not asking for anything more. Dream boats passed beyond the reef in their gentle procession. The lighthouse flame turned. The village slept. Calen sang the lullaby twice more, once near midnight, and once when the moon had moved westward. Each time the boat answered the final line. Each time its little sails seemed to rise a fraction more. Not enough to travel, enough to remember travel was possible. Before dawn, the lullaby boat drifted backward into the silver edge of the dream sea and vanished, leaving no object behind and taking the mended paper sail with it. Calen watched until it was gone. Then he closed the window, lowered the flame, and sat with the blue blanket around his shoulders. The room was quiet. The shell rested beside the keeper's book. The card with the sentence lay near his hand. Guidance is not weakness. It is shared light. He thought of Mira and Keeper Olan, of Sarah's grandmother singing, of the glassmaker making a pane kindly, of the children touching the shell, of Ora asking the question that had opened the answer, of his mother's sailcloth stitched into the blanket at the foot of his bed. The lighthouse had always guided others. Now, very slowly, Calen was allowing himself to be guided by everything it had gathered over the years: songs, records, objects, windows, kindness, questions, and the small green lantern of a dreamboat that had come back not to accuse the darkness, but to remind it of the way home. At dawn, he descended to the kitchen. He made tea. He ate bread with honey. Then, before the day grew busy, he walked down to the chapel and placed the card on the dream shelf, beside Mira's sleep song and the green glass charm. Guidance is not weakness. It is shared light. Nerol found him there and read the card quietly. A good addition, the chapel keeper said. Temporary or permanent? Calen asked. Nerol smiled. The shelf will decide. Calen touched the dream shell in his pocket. It was warm, but not asking to be set down. Not yet. Outside, Lume woke beneath a pale morning sky. The harbor water shone gently. Children's voices drifted from the schoolroom. Cyrus' blue house stood above the shell steps, its windows catching the first light. The bakery door opened, and the scent of warm bread moved into the lane. Calen stepped out of the chapel and looked up toward the lighthouse on the cliff. Its windows held the sun. Its flames slept after a faithful night. Its tower stood at the edge of waking and dreaming, not lonely, not crowded, simply present. And somewhere beyond ordinary sight, the lullaby boat carried its mended paper sail through the soft waters of the dream sea, a little more ready than before to lift what had once been lowered. The morning after the paper sail returned to the lullaby boat, Calen woke with the sense that the lighthouse had grown larger in the night, not in stone, not in height. The tower was the same tower it had always been, pale and salt-worn above the cliff, its narrow windows facing the harbor, its lantern room resting beneath the copper roof, its spiral stair curving through the middle like a patient thought. The same kettle stood in the kitchen. The same gulls argued outside the rail. The same sea moved below the rocks, blue-gray and untroubled by human questions. And yet something had widened. Perhaps it was not the lighthouse. Perhaps it was Calen. He lay for a few quiet breaths beneath the old blue blanket, feeling the stitched strip of his mother's sailcloth resting near his feet. The blanket had kept its warmth through the night. It was heavier than he remembered, not in an uncomfortable way, but in the way old comfort has weight. It did not float over him like a thought. It settled. Outside the keeper's room window, morning was pale and slightly misted. No dream sea shimmer remained near the second reef. The lullaby boat had vanished before dawn, carrying its mended paper sail back into the waters that only dreams could fully cross, but the room still held the memory of it. The green lantern, the childish relieved laugh, the blue thread stitched through the paper, the boat's reel sail lifting, only slightly, but enough to suggest that something which had long been lowered had begun remembering the shape of wind. Calen sat up slowly. On the small table beside the bed lay the dream shell. He had brought it down from the lantern room before sleeping, though he did not remember deciding to. The shell's green stripe caught the weak light from the window. When he placed his fingers near it, it warmed, not as strongly as before, but with a steadiness that felt companionable. He did not hold it to his ear. Some mornings were not for listening deeper. Some mornings were for making tea. Calen dressed, folded the blanket carefully, and carried it to the chair beside the window, rather than returning it to the cedar chest. It belonged in the room now, not hidden, not displayed, simply present, like any useful thing. In the kitchen, he lit the stove and put water on to boil. While the kettle warmed, he opened the window toward Lume. The village below was beginning its day. From that height, the harbor always looked as though it had been arranged by gentle hands. Boats in their slips, nets along the rails, smoke rising from roofs, the chapel bell tower barely taller than the masts, and the bakery chimney giving off the earliest sign that warmth had entered the morning. Beyond the breakwater, ordinary waves moved in long, subdued lines. Farther still, the place where the dream sea formed at night lay empty under the waking sky. Calen made tea. He cut bread, spread it with butter, and ate while reading over the previous night's notes. Paper sail offered from Lullaby Boat. Inscription, for when the dark water forgets, it is only water. Mended torn hole with Sarah's blue thread after asking. Boat's own sail lifted slightly. Guidance is not weakness. It is shared light. He read the last line twice. Shared light. He had written it for himself, perhaps, or for the record, or for the shelf in the chapel. But this morning the phrase seemed to ask for more than being written down. Shared light could not remain only in the keeper's book. The thought was simple enough. It unsettled him more than he expected. For many years, Calen's work had been solitary in the way Lighthouse work naturally was. Others helped, certainly. The village brought oil and bread and wicks. Carpenters repaired rails. Mira sent advice, whether requested or not. Children sent questions in envelopes. But when night came and the flame was lit, Calen climbed the tower alone. That had felt right. It still did. Some duties needed quiet hands. But the Lullaby Boat had not come only to be watched by one pair of eyes. It had begun as Mira's fear, then become Keeper Olen's kindness, Cyrus' grandmother's song, the glassmaker's green pain, the chapel dream shelf as memory, the children's question, Cyrus' blue thread, and Calen's own slowly opening comfort. It had never been the private mystery. It had only been waiting for him to stop carrying it, as if it were. After breakfast, he took a clean page from the keeper's book drawer and wrote 4 lines in careful script. Tonight, if mist is kind and the dream sea opens, the Lullaby Boat may come near the lighthouse again. If you wish, bring one small gentle thing to the chapel before sunset. A word, a shell, a candle, a song, a loaf, a memory, or nothing but your quiet. No one must come. Nothing must be forced. We will only help the light be shared. He signed it simply, Calen, Keeper of the Lighthouse. He looked at the note for a long time. Then he folded it, placed it in his coat pocket, and began the walk down to Lume. The cliff path was bright and damp from sea mist. Grass brushed against his boots. The white flowers along the slope were opening in the thin morning sun. Halfway down, he paused at the lookout stone where he had found the old little lantern carving with the nearly hidden letters M&O. This morning, a bead of water rested in the carved lantern's center, making it shine. Mira and Olen, a child and a keeper, a fear and a kindness, a dream and a light. He continued down. Lume received him with the smell of bread and wet rope. At the bakery, Mira had just taken a tray of round loaves from the oven. The room behind her glowed warm and gold, and the windows had fogged at the edges from the heat. She was dusted with flour, as usual, and wore a blue cloth around her hair. "You look like someone carrying a notice," she said. "I am for the council, for the chapel door." "Better. Council notices use too many words." He handed it to her first, perhaps because bakery doors were where half the village learned things before they became official. Mira read it quietly. By the time she reached the end, her expression had changed. Not dramatically, only enough for Calen to see that the words had found a place in her. "The Lullaby Boat," she said. "Yes, the children told me about the shell. Ora said it was warm like bread that had dreamed of being the sea. That sounds like Ora." Mira looked at the cooling loaves. "What should I bring?" "Only if you wish. I know. That is not what I asked." Calen smiled. Mira considered the shelves behind her. "My mother used to make a small milk loaf for people who woke from difficult dreams. Soft crumb, little honey. Not sweet enough for celebration. Sweet enough to remind the mouth that morning had arrived. It sounds fitting. Then I will make one." She handed the note back. "Put it on the chapel door. I will tell everyone who comes for bread that they should read it, and not turn it into an event." "Can you make people not turn things into events?" "No, but I can deny them pastry if they try too hard." From the bakery, Calen went to the chapel. Nero was in the entry, wiping dust from the dream shelf with a cloth so soft it looked too delicate for work. The card Calen had left the day before still rested beside Mira's sleep song and green glass charm. "Guidance is not weakness. It is shared light." Nero read the notice while Calen waited. When he finished, he nodded once. "The chapel door, then," he said, "not the bell post. I thought the bell post might make it too formal." "Correct. The bell post turns everything into a meeting." Nero fixed the notice. The chapel door with 2 small brass pins. They both stepped back and looked at it. "Will people come?" Calen asked. Nero folded his hands. "Some will. Some will mean to and forget. Some will pretend not to come, and leave things when no one is looking. Lume is very skilled at indirect tenderness." Calen looked toward the dream shelf. The green glass charm glowed faintly in the angled light. "What should be done with what people bring?" Nero considered. "Place them on the shelf until sunset, and we will send them with you, or keep them here, depending on what they are. Shared light does not always need to climb the cliff." By late morning, the notice had begun to move through the village without moving from the chapel door. Syra arrived before noon, carrying a small bundle wrapped in dark cloth. "I saw Mira's face," she said. That was enough to know you had asked the village for something." "I asked gently. That is why she looked worried rather than annoyed." Syra placed the bundle on the dream shelf and untied it. Inside was a piece of old rope, no longer than her hand, neatly knotted in a loop. "My grandmother's teaching knot," she said, "or one of them. There were many. She used this one to teach children that a knot can hold without tightening forever." Nero looked at it appreciatively. "A useful theology. A useful knot," Sarah corrected. "Do not over church rope." She placed it beside Calen's card. Later, the children came as a group, accompanied by their teacher, who clearly believed the afternoon lesson had already been lost to higher forces. Wren brought a smooth stone painted with a white line. "For path," he said. Tavi brought a candle stub. "It still has light in it, but not enough to be proud." Ora brought the shell that had once fallen into her shoe. "It said it could go back to the shelf now," she explained. Another child brought a button. Another, a folded scrap of blue paper. Another, a tiny drawing of the lighthouse beam touching a boat. One brought nothing, then whispered to Nero that he had brought a quiet, but did not know where to put it. Mira told him the chapel had room for the two. By afternoon, the dream shelf had changed. It was not crowded. Earl saw to that. Every object had space around it, as if each needed its own little harbor. Mira's sleep song remained at the center, beside the green glass charm and Calen's card. Around them gathered the knot, the stone, the candle stub, the shell, the paper, the button, the drawing, and the invisible quiet entrusted by a child who had come empty-handed and left relieved. Mira from the bakery arrived near the hour when the sun began to lower. She carried a small loaf wrapped in white cloth. The loaf was round and pale gold, with a cross cut softly into its top and a glaze of honey, brushed so lightly it only caught the light at the edges. The smell of it filled the chapel entry with warmth. "This should not sit on the shelf too long," she said. "It is bread, not symbolism." Sarah looked at the loaf. "Bread has been both for longer than any of us have had teeth." Mira placed it in a shallow bowl at the foot of the shelf. "For morning after dark water," she said simply. Calen watched all this from near the door. He had expected perhaps one or two objects, a few gestures, a kind word from Sarah, a question from the children. He had not expected the quiet generosity of the village to gather so naturally, as if Lume had been waiting for the chance to help without needing to understand everything. Nerol stood beside him. "It is easier when it is shared," the chapel keeper said. "The mystery, the care." Calen nodded. At sunset they did not hold a ceremony. That would have made the tenderness too heavy. Instead, Nerol lit the chapel candles. Mira cut the milk loaf into small pieces, and everyone present took one. Sarah corrected Tavi's candle placement. Ora moved her shell slightly closer to Mira's green glass charm, and asked whether a path stone should point toward the sea or away from it, and Nerol answered that a good path knew both directions. Then, together, quietly, those gathered in the chapel spoke the harbor lullaby. They did not sing it fully, not yet. They let the words move through the warm chapel air as it shared remembering. When the moon lays down her silver, and the dark has turned the foam, and the little sail grows weary, let the lighthouse sing you home. The final line lingered. Calen felt it in his chest, not as pressure, as company. When the last light left the chapel windows, Nerol wrapped 3 things for Calen to carry up the cliff: Mira's milk loaf, Sarah's teaching knot, and the children's drawing of the lighthouse beam touching a boat. "The rest remains here," Nerol said. "Light can be shared from more than one shore." Calen accepted the bundle. Sarah touched his sleeve as he turned to leave. "Tonight," she said, "do not sing alone, unless the night asks it." The cliff path was dim by the time Calen began his climb. Behind him, Lume glowed softly, not brightly, not with festival, only with the ordinary evening lamps in windows, the chapel candles, the harbor lanterns, and the last warmth from the bakery door. Ahead, the lighthouse stood against a darkening blue sky, its unlit lantern room waiting for flame. The bundle in his hands was light, a loaf, a knot, a drawing, nothing grand, everything necessary. At the top of the path, Calen paused and looked back. From the chapel, faint but clear in the evening air, came the sound of children singing the last line. "Let the lighthouse sing you home." They sang it once, then again, softer. Then the village settled into quiet. Calen entered the tower. He placed the milk loaf, the knot, and the drawing on the table in the lantern room beside the dream shell and the keeper's book. He brought up his blue blanket and folded it over the chair. He set the old music reader nearby, but did not prepare the card. He opened the east window before lighting the flame, letting the first dream mist enter. Then he wrote, "Village offered quiet help today. Objects carried to lantern room." milk loaf for morning after dark water, teaching knot that holds without tightening forever, children's drawing of beam-touching boat. Other offerings remain on chapel dream shelf. Care is wider than the tower. He stopped there. Care is wider than the tower. That was enough. Then he lit the flame. The night glass caught. The lens gathered the gold. The lighthouse beam opened across the harbor, over the village roofs, over the chapel where small offerings rested on the dream shelf, over the darkening boats, over the rocks, over the reef, and into the rising mist of the dream sea. At first, the night was ordinary in its wonder. Dream boats moved quietly through the beam. One carried a white teapot. One carried a folded map with no land drawn on it. One carried a sleeping blackbird. Another carried a candle whose flame burned downward into the wax, lighting it from within. Calen watched them pass. He sang nothing yet. Below, the inlet was dark. The moon rose slowly. The mist brightened. Then, from the still water beneath the cliff, the green lantern appeared. A lullaby boat came into view close to the rocks, not circling, not wandering, but resting where dream and waking tide met. Its pale hull shone softly. The blue stripe along its side was clearer than before. The small oar-marked Mira lay inside. The mended paper sail rested beneath the boat's real sail, which had risen higher now, perhaps halfway up its tiny mast. Calen opened the window wider. The green lantern pulsed once. On the table, the dream shell warmed. The teaching knot shifted slightly, though no wind reached it. Calen looked down at the village. Lume lay quiet beneath the moon, but not asleep entirely. In several windows, lamps still glowed. The chapel held candlelight. At the bakery, one warm square of gold remained near the back room. Sarah's blue house had a lamp in the upper window. He remembered Sarah's words. Do not sing alone unless the night asks it. Calen waited. The lullaby boat rocked gently below. Then, from the village, very faintly, the final line of the harbor lullaby rose. A child's voice first, then another, then an older voice, low and wavering, then a few more, not many, not loud. Let the lighthouse sing you home. The sound did not become a chorus in any grand sense. It was too soft for that. It came in threads from windows, from the chapel, from the harbor lane, from people who perhaps had not meant to sing until the line had already left them. Calen joined them. He sang from the lantern room, his voice carrying through the open window and down toward the inlet. When the moon lays down her silver, when the dark has turned the foam, when the little sail grows weary, let the lighthouse sing you home. Below, the boat's green lantern brightened until the water around it glowed softly. The real sail lifted higher, not fully, but nearly. The mended paper sail beneath it shimmered with the blue thread. Calen sang the lullaby again, and this time the village joined more clearly on the final line. Not all at once, not perfectly. Some voices entered late. One child held a note long. Someone in the harbor hummed instead of singing the words. Sarah's voice, if it was hers, came low and plain from the direction of the shell steps. It was not performance. It was shelter. A lullaby boat responded. From within the little hull came the same relieved laugh Calen had heard the night before, but warmer now, less distant. The oar-marked Mira moved slightly, as if touched by a hand unseen. The folded blue cloth opened farther, revealing no new object this time, only its own soft interior. Blue as old sailcloth, blue as Calen's blanket, blue as evening deepening over safe water. The teaching knot on the table loosened. Not completely, only enough that its loop widened. Calen watched it and understood. A knot can hold without tightening forever. The dream shell gave a low note. The green pane trembled. The lighthouse flame lowered, then rose, and the lullaby boat's sail climbed to the top of its little mast. There it rested, open, small, steady. The boat did not depart. Not yet, but it turned. For the first time since Calen had seen it, the Lullaby Boat pointed not around the lighthouse, not toward the inlet, not toward the rocks, but outward, toward the dream sea. The village voices faded. The final line remained in the air a moment longer, then softened into night. Calen stood at the window with one hand on the sill. The boat rested below, sail raised, green lantern glowing, ready but unhurried. "Not tonight?" he whispered. The lantern pulsed once. "No, or perhaps not yet." He smiled gently. Even readiness needed rest. He stayed at the window until the moon had climbed high and the village lights had dimmed one by one. The Lullaby Boat remained in the inlet, sail raised but still, as though learning the feeling of being ready without being forced to move. Near midnight, Calen broke a small piece from Mira's milk loaf and placed it on a saucer beside the dream shell. He did not know whether dreams could receive bread, but the room warmed with its scent, and that seemed reason enough. He wrote in the keeper's book. Village sang final line with Lighthouse. Boat's sail rose fully. Eaching knot loosened, but held. Boat turned outward toward dream sea, but did not leave. Readiness resting. No further action needed tonight. He closed the book. Then, because the night had grown soft enough to allow it, he sang one more time, very quietly, only the final line. "Let the lighthouse sing you home." The boat's green lantern answered with a slow blow. In the village, no voice joined him now. Everyone was sleeping. That was as it should be. The light was shared. The song had been shared. The rest could be kept by the flame. Calen sat in the chair with a blue blanket over his knees and watched the boat until his eyes grew heavy. Dream boats passed far beyond the reef. Stars opened above the mist. The sea moved gently below the tower, the lighthouse being turned and turned, not hurrying the darkness, only touching it again and again with warmth. Near dawn, the Lullaby Boat drifted a little farther from the inlet, only a little. Then it settled again, waiting for one more night, perhaps, or one more kindness. Calen did not mind. He had stopped wishing the mystery would resolve quickly. There was peace in being allowed to tend something slowly. When morning finally came, pale and oceanic, the boat vanished into the thinning mist with its sails still raised. But on the lantern-room table, beside the empty saucer, where the scent of milk loaf lingered, Cyrus' teaching knot remained loosened into a wider loop, and in the center of the loop, for Calen had not placed it there, rested one tiny grain of dream sand, green as the boat's lantern, shining softly in the first light of day. The grain of dream sand was still shining when Calen returned to the lantern room after breakfast. He had left it inside Cyrus' teaching knot, where it had appeared before dawn, thinking perhaps that daylight would quiet it. Many things from the dream sea grew pale when the sun rose fully. Dream mist dissolved into ordinary air. Strange lights became only moisture on glass. Echoes faded back into wind and water, leaving behind nothing one could prove except a feeling of having been gently visited. But the little grain remained. It rested in the center of the loosened loop of rope, no larger than a seed, green as the Lullaby Boat's lantern, and luminous in a way that did not depend on darkness. Morning light from the eastern panes touched it. The grain answered by glowing more softly, not brighter, but deeper, as if its light moved inward rather than outward. Calen stood over it with his hands folded behind his back. The lantern room was quiet in the pale hours after the night watch. The flame had been lowered and put out. The lens stood still. The bronze basin held clear night glass, sleeping without smoke or shimmer. The blue blanket lay over the back of the chair. The dream shell rested beside the keeper's book, and the small plate that had held a piece of Mira's milk loaf had been washed and set aside. The room looked ordinary. The dream sand did not. Calen did not touch it at once. He had learned that the first response to mystery need not be possession. A person could look, could wait, could let a thing reveal whether it wished to be carried. He opened the keeper's book and read the final note from the night before. Boat's sail rose fully. Boat turned outward toward Dream Sea, but did not leave. Readiness resting. No further action needed tonight. At dawn, green dream sand found in teaching knot. He added one line beneath it. Still present after sunrise. Then he sat in the chair and looked out toward the water. The village of Lume was bright below the cliff, washed clean by morning. The chapel door stood open. The bakery chimney smoked. A few early boats moved inside the harbor wall. Beyond them, the sea stretched wide and calm, blue in some places, pewter in others, with a faint silver line at the second reef, where the dream sea would not appear again until evening. Calen thought of all the names that had gathered around the little boat. Mira's boat, the Lullaby Boat, the unmoored dream, a village dream, a dream that had forgotten how to reach harbor, a dream that did not need rescuing so much as remembering, and now dream sand, accepted, perhaps, or offered, or left behind as a sign that the sea had heard. He turned from the window and looked at the grain again. It seemed too small to carry such meaning, but many helpful things were small. A stitch, a note, a shell, a line of song, a hand reaching under a table with a scrap of blue cloth. At last, Calen took a small glass vial from the drawer beneath the table. It was one of several he used for collecting night glass drops, fog salts, and other substances that required care. He held it beside the knot. "If you are meant to be carried," he said softly, "come with me." The grain of dream sand brightened once. Then, without Calen touching it, it rolled along the inner curve of the loosened knot, and came to rest at the edge nearest his hand. He smiled. Permission, in the dream sea, had many quiet forms. He tipped the rope very gently, and the grain slipped into the vial with a faint sound like a bell heard through water. He corked the vial, placed it in his coat pocket, and went down to the village. This time he did not go first to the chapel or to Mira. He went to the old glass house. It stood above the harbor lane, half built into the hillside behind a row of cottages, with a slanted roof, 3 chimneys, and windows of every color patched together from left-over panes. Once glass had been made there for boats, lamps, chapel windows, storm lanterns, and the lighthouse itself. Now it was used less often, for most common glass came by cart from inland towns. But the old furnace still burned on certain days, and the family who kept it still knew things not written in official records. The current glass-keeper was named Ewan Vale. He was a broad, quiet man with copper-brown hands, a trimmed gray beard, and spectacles that always seemed to be sliding down his nose. Calen found him in the back room, grinding the edge of a blue pane while sunlight scattered over the walls in green, red, amber, and smoky violet. Ewan looked up over his spectacles. "Keeper," he said, "the east trail has cracked again. I deny responsibility in advance." "It has not." "Good. Then I may continue being innocent." Calen smiled and took the vial from his pocket. "I found something in the lantern room." Orne set down his tool with more care than interest would usually require. Calen placed the vial on the work table. Inside, the green grain glowed softly. The glass keeper did not speak for a long moment. Then he removed his spectacles, cleaned them on his sleeve, put them back on, and leaned closer. "Well," he said quietly, "that is old work. You know it? I know what my grandfather said it looked like. I have never seen it with my own eyes." He looked up at Calen. Dream sand. So it is called that? In the old glass house? Yes. The chapel may call it blessing dust, or some such gentle thing. The fishermen probably have a practical name, and 3 arguments about it. Ewan lifted the vial, but did not uncork it. Where did it come from? Stira's teaching not. After the village sang with the lighthouse, and the lullaby boat raised its sail. Ewan nodded slowly, as if this made a kind of sense he did not intend to disturb by explaining too soon. Dream sand forms when the dream sea receives guidance willingly given, he said. That is what my grandfather taught. Not guidance forced, not advice shouted into fog, not a rescue someone performs to feel important. Willing guidance, shared without demand, accepted without shame. Calen listened carefully. The old glassmakers used it in lighthouse panes. Rarely. It is not common. The green pane in your lantern room, the one made for Mira was mixed with sea copper and dream sand. That is why it carried warmth when the song returned. The record said the glassmaker told Olin glass could not carry sound. Ween's mouth curved. Glassmakers are required to be sensible in ledgers. Otherwise people ask us impossible things before breakfast. And off the record, glass carries whatever has leaned against it long enough. He set the vial down. Light, breath, fingerprints, storms, songs, if they are kind enough. Calen looked toward the patchwork windows of the glass house. Colored light moved slowly across the floor, each pane changing the world in its own small way. What does the dream sand mean now? He asked. Ewan rubbed one thumb over the work table, leaving a faint mark in glass dust. It means the dream sea has accepted the village's offering, or perhaps accepted that the boat is ready to be guided in a new way. New. The boat has been circling, resting, receiving, lifting its sail. Those are not the same motion. Ewan tapped the vial gently. Dream sand means the current has opened. Calen felt the words settle. The current has opened. And the boat can leave. Yes. But it did not. No. Why? Ewan gave him a long, mild look. You brought that question to a glassmaker? You seem to know the rest. I know sand, heat, pains. And when people are asking the wrong question, he pushed his spectacles up his nose. Perhaps the question is not whether the boat can leave. Perhaps it is whether it knows where home is. Calen was silent. Ewan continued, more softly now. When my son was little, he once became lost behind the market tents during the summer fair. Not far, not dangerously. He could hear us calling. But when I found him, he was standing still with both fists closed and his eyes full, unable to move. Later he said he knew where I was, but not how to get himself from fear to my voice. Calen looked at the vial. That is a distance, too. Sometimes the longest one. Ewan lifted the blue pane he had been grinding and held it toward the light. A lighthouse can mark the harbor. A song can call across water. A village can offer care. But the dream must still learn that the path home is safe to take. Calen thought of the boat as sail raised fully, but still resting in the inlet, ready, but not gone. Then what is home? He asked. Ewan smiled faintly, still asking glassmakers. Calen almost laughed, but the question remained. What was home for a dreamboat that had belonged first to a frightened child, then to a village's tenderness, and to a keeper's quiet place inside himself? Not the harbor wall, not the inlet, not even the lighthouse. A safe place inside the dreamer, perhaps. Phrase came to him as if it had been waiting behind the others. A place inside where dark water could be only water. Calen thanked Ewan and prepared to leave, but the glasskeeper held up one finger. Wait. He went to a cabinet, searched among small drawers, and returned with a shallow brass spoon, no longer than a finger. For the dream sand, he said. Do not pour it. Place it. If the flame wants it, it will take it. You think I should add it to the lighthouse flame? I think you should ask the flame. I prefer not to give instructions to things older than my trade. The spoon was delicate, its handle engraved with a simple wave pattern. Calen accepted it with care. Thank you. Bring it back if it melts. If the spoon melts. If your manners melt. The spoon is tougher than it looks. Calen left the glass house with the vial and spoon tucked safely in his satchel. He crossed the harbor lane slowly, thinking of currents. Not water currents, inner ones, the movement from fear to voice, from loneliness to allowing company, from being guided to accepting that guidance, from a dark place inside the self to a place where the same darkness could become rest. At the chapel, he found Nero rearranging the dream shelf after the previous day's offerings. Nothing had been discarded. Nothing had been crowded. The shelf seemed to have made room in the night, though no extra wood had appeared. Mira's folded sleep song remained near the center. Calen's card rested beside it. Oreth's shell had returned to the shelf and lay near the green glass charm. The children's candle stub had been placed in a tiny holder. The painted pathstone faced both the door and the sea. Somehow, Cirrus' teaching knot, now missing its grain of dream sand, had been returned by Nero to a small space near the front. Calen showed him the vial. Nero leaned close. "Ah," he said, "that is becoming the village's favorite word. It is useful when reverence and uncertainty arrive together. Ewan says the dream sea has accepted the guidance, and that the current has opened." Nero's eyes softened. Good. But the boat did not leave. Also good. Calen looked at him. Nero folded a cloth and set it beneath the candle stub. Leaving too soon can be another form of fear. So can staying too long. The wise part is rarely the motion itself. It is whether the motion has peace in it. Calen stood before the shelf. The objects looked ordinary and extraordinary at once. "What is home for the boat?" he asked. Nero did not answer quickly. Then he said, "When people come here after difficult dreams, they often ask what the dream meant. Sometimes that matters. But more often, the better question is what the dream needs in order to rest. And what does the Lullaby Boat need? It has received song. It has received repair. It has received shared light. Perhaps now it needs someone to trust that it can go without being followed." The words moved through Calen slowly. He thought of the boat's raised sail, waiting in the inlet. He thought of his own years in the lighthouse, guiding from above, watching until others passed safely beyond sight. He had always known how to let dream boats go because they were not his. This one had become harder, because he wished to keep it, because it had touched something within him, and part of him had begun to fear that when the boat sailed home, the tenderness it had brought would leave with it. Nero seemed to read something of this in his face. "Some lights remain after the boat has passed," he said. Calen looked at the card on the shelf. "Guidance is not weakness. It is shared light." "Yes," he said softly. "I'm beginning to believe that." He left the chapel near late afternoon. On the way through the village, Mira called him from the bakery window and handed him a small paper packet. "Do not look suspicious," she said. "It is only bread. Is it ever only bread?" "Almost never. But we maintain the fiction for modesty." Inside the packet was a small round roll, laced with honey and scattered with a few grains of coarse sugar that caught the light. "For the keeper," Mira said. "Not the boat. Not the flame. You—" Calen held the packet carefully. "Thank you." She nodded, then softened. "My mother used to say guiding others makes a person forget their own supper." Syra would agree. Syra agrees with all truths she has already claimed. Calen smiled and continued up the path. Halfway to the lighthouse, he stopped at the lookout stone again. The carved lantern beside the faint letters Emendo was dry now, no bead of water shining in its center. Calen sat on the stone and opened Mira's roll, while the village moved below and the lighthouse waited above. For the keeper, not the boat, not the flame. You. He let himself taste it properly. Honey, salt, soft crumb, a little butter folded into the dough. The kindness of being fed without having earned it in that moment. The sea stretched out before him, blue and silver, ordinary and not. On the horizon, a bank of cloud resembled a distant shore. Behind him, the tower stood steady, a safe place inside the dreamer. What was such a place made of? Not certainty, not the absence of darkness, not never needing help. Perhaps it was made of enough remembered kindness that, when dark water appeared, some part of the self could say, "This is water. I have a light. I have a song. I may be guided." The thought did not arrive like revelation. It arrived like weather clearing. He brushed crumbs from his hand, stood, and climbed the last part of the path. That evening, Calen prepared the lantern room differently. He did not bring many objects up. The village's offerings had done their work from the chapel. The dream shelf held them, and the light could reach them in its own way. In the lantern room, he placed only what belonged to the night's question: the keeper's book, the dream shell, Cirrus teaching knot, the vial of dream sand, Ewan's brass spoon, his blue blanket folded over the chair, and a small saucer holding the last crumb of Mira's roll, because Calen had eaten the rest, and felt no need to pretend otherwise. Before lighting the flame, he stood before the bronze basin. The night glass lay clear and still. "If the sand is meant for you," he said quietly, "take it kindly." Then he lit the flame. Gold opened. The lens gathered it. The lighthouse turned its beam across the village and the harbor, across the chapel where the dream shelf held its little collection of care, across the open water and toward the place where mist had begun to rise. Only after the flame had steadied did Calen uncork the vial. The grain of dream sand glowed in the glass. He tipped it carefully into the brass spoon. It rolled to the center and rested there. Then he held the spoon above the flame. Not in it, above it. The night glass flame lowered slightly, as if making room. The grain lifted from the spoon by itself. For one breath, it hovered over the bronze basin, green star above a golden flame. Then it descended. The moment it touched the night glass, the flame did not flare. It softened. Gold became gold threaded with green. Not enough to change the beam entirely, but enough to give it a new depth, like lamplight seen through leaves, or moonlight passing through shallow water. The great lens began to turn. As the beam crossed the green pane, Mira's inscription warmed. As it passed over the dream shell, the shell gave one low note. As it touched the teaching knot, the loosened loop widened and then settled. The light went out across the dream sea. Calen opened the east window. The mist was already luminous. The Lullaby Boat appeared before the moon had fully risen. It came from beyond the second reef this time, not from the inlet. Its sail was raised. Its green lantern shone steadily at the bow. The paper sail mended with blue thread glimmered beneath the larger sail, visible through the beam like a small remembered promise. The oar-marked Mira rested along one side. The boat did not circle. It moved toward the lighthouse, then paused in the open water between the reef and a cliff, where dream current and waking tide met. Calen sang the harbor lullaby once. The boat answered the final line. But then something new happened. The beam touched the boat, gold and green together, and the mist around it opened, not into a path across the water, into an image. A small harbor appeared within the mist, no larger than a room. Its water was dark, but calm. Its dock was made of warm wood. A little lamp hung from a post. A folded blanket lay on the planks. There was no village around it, no boats tied there, no sound except the soft lap of water and the faintest echo of someone humming nearby. Calen understood, without being told, that this was not a place on any map. It was an inner harbor, a place inside a sleeper where a frightened dream could come ashore. The Lullaby Boat turned toward it, then hesitated. Calen felt the hesitation in his own chest, not refusal, not fear exactly. The old uncertainty that comes just before rest, when the body knows it may finally set down what it has carried and does not yet trust the floor to hold. He did not sing louder. He did not call instructions. He only placed one hand on the blue blanket and the other near the dream shell. Then he spoke softly. "Home is not where the dark water disappears," he said. "Home is where it can be dark and still be safe." The words echoed the beam. The green thread in the flame deepened. The inner harbor glowed. Below, the Lullaby Boat moved forward by the length of its own small hull. Then it stopped again. Calen felt no frustration. He understood now. The boat was nearly ready. But nearly was a tender distance. He sang the final line once more, very gently. "Let the lighthouse sing you home." From the boat came not only the echo, but a second voice beneath it, small, peaceful, almost asleep. "Let the lighthouse sing me home." Calen closed his eyes. When he opened them, the inner harbor remained in the mist, waiting without impatience. The Lullaby Boat floated at its entrance, sail raised, lantern steady, not yet arrived, but no longer circling, no longer lost, no longer needing the rocks or the tower to define its path. It knew the direction now. That was enough for this night. For a long while Calen simply watched. The village below was quiet. No voices sang from windows. No new offerings came. The shared care of Lume had already entered the light. And now the lighthouse did what lighthouses did best. It kept shining while the traveler decided to trust the way. Near midnight, the inner harbor faded back into mist. The Lullaby Boat remained in the open water, turned toward the place where it had been. Then slowly, peacefully, it drifted back toward the inlet to rest. Calen did not mind. In the keeper's book he wrote, "Dream sand accepted by flame, being now gold with green thread. Mist open to reveal inner harbor, calm dark water, warm dock, lamp, folded blanket." Boat turned toward it, but did not enter. Spoke, "Home is not where dark water disappears. Home is where it can be dark and still be safe." Boat answered, "Let the lighthouse sing me home." Direction known. Arrival pending. Do not hurry. He looked at the final line and almost smiled. He had written versions of it before. Do not hurry the remembering. Do not take more than offered. Watch gently. No further action needed tonight. The story of the Lullaby Boat seemed to keep teaching him the same truth in new shapes, each one softer than the last, each one entering a little deeper. He closed the book. The Lullaby Boat rested near the inlet. The green-threaded flame turned above it. Calen sat in the lantern room, with the blue blanket around his shoulders, no longer holding himself apart from the comfort it gave. The dream shell was quiet. The teaching knot rested open. Mira's inscription glowed faintly each time the beam passed through the green pane. Full dawn, Calen slept for a little while in the chair, not from exhaustion, from peace. And in that brief sleep he dreamed not of the boat, nor of the cliff, nor of any old sorrow returning to be named. He dreamed of a small harbor inside himself, dark water, a warm dock, a lamp on a post, his mother's blue cloth folded beside the water. No one stood there. No one needed to. The place was waiting. And for the first time, Calen did not feel he had to keep watch from a distance. He stepped onto the dock in the dream and sat down. The water moved gently below his feet. The lamp burned low and steady. Somewhere far away, or very near, the lighthouse was shining. When he woke, dawn was touching the glass. The lullaby boat had vanished with the dream tide, but the flame, though nearly out, still held one thin green thread at its center, and Calen, waking slowly beneath the old blue blanket, understood that the lighthouse had not only guided the boat toward its inner harbor, it had shown him his own. Calen woke with dawn resting quietly on the glass. For a while he did not move. The chair in the lantern room held him gently, and the old blue blanket lay across his knees with the weight of something both familiar and newly received. The flame in the bronze basin had been lowered before sleep took him, but it had not gone out entirely. At its center, faint as the heart of a green star, the thread of dream sand still glowed inside the night glass. Beyond the windows, morning had thinned the mist to pearl. A lullaby boat was gone from the inlet. Calen looked first toward the water, as he had done every morning since the boat first came near. He expected, perhaps, to feel a small tightening at its absence, the kind of quiet pull that comes when something dear has withdrawn before one was ready. But the feeling did not arrive in the way he expected. It was only the sea, the cliff, the pale line of the reef, and beneath all of it, a steadiness he had not known how to name before. The boat had not been taken from him. It had moved as dreams move when morning calls them back. That was different. He sat with this for several slow breaths. Then he rose, folded the blue blanket, and laid it over the back of the chair. The dream shell rested beside the keeper's book. Sira's loosened teaching knot remained on the table, its open loop empty now that the green dream sand had entered the flame. Owen's brass spoon lay beside it, polished by use and still faintly warm. Calen opened the keeper's book. The final line from the night before waited on the page. It had shown him his own inner harbor, his own safe place inside the dark. He read the words without needing to add anything immediately. Some entries required a little silence after them, as if the ink itself were still settling. At last he wrote, "The lullaby boat vanished before dawn with sail raised. Green thread remains in flame. No object received today. No object needed." He paused, then added, "Trust may be the last light offered before departure." The sentence felt true, though he did not yet understand all of it. He closed the book and went downstairs. The lighthouse, in daytime, returned to its plain forms: steps, windows, kettle, breadboard, stove, oil tins, damp cloths. The practical world did not erase the dream world. It simply gave it something to rest inside. Calen found this comforting. After many nights of green lanterns, inner harbors, remembered songs, and little boats that answered from mist, there was a mercy in striking a match, heating water, cutting bread, and washing a cup. He made tea and ate slowly. The kitchen window faced the harbor. Below, Lume had begun its ordinary morning. Nothing in the village suggested that a dream boat had nearly found its way home, or that its raised sail had appeared in the keeper's dreams, or that the lighthouse flame now carried a green thread of accepted guidance. A child ran along the harbor lane with a slate under one arm. A woman swept sand from her front step. The bakery door opened, and warm air fogged the window for a moment. Nero shook out a cloth beside the chapel door. Sira's blue house still had its curtains closed. Fishing boats turned in their ropes. A gull did on the chapel roof, and behaved as if it owned the bell. Calen watched all of this while holding his tea. Ordinary peace, he realized, was not the absence of magic. It was one of magic's gentlest forms. The Lullaby Boat had been helped by song, by glass, by records, by questions, by a shell, by a thread, by a loaf, by a knot, by a whole village quietly lending its care. But perhaps now it needed no new offering. Perhaps the next kindness was not to add more, not to sing louder, not to search another shelf, but to let the village be peaceful, while the boat learned that the world would remain kind even after it sailed away. After breakfast, Calen carried the dream shell down to the chapel. He had not planned to, at least not in words. But when his hand reached for his coat, the shell seemed to have already decided to come with him. It was warm in his palm, though not insistent. The green stripe caught the morning light from the kitchen window, and Calen understood with a quiet certainty that it no longer needed to remain only with him. The walk down the cliff was clear and mild. No fog hid the village. The sea-grass moved in low waves. The lookout stone shone dry in the sun, and the little carved lantern near the faint letters M&O seemed less hidden than before. Calen paused beside it, not to search for another clue, but to acknowledge what had already been found. "Mira," he said softly. Then, after a moment, "Olan." The names went no farther than the wind, and that was enough. In Lume, the chapel door stood open. The notice Calen had placed there the day before had been removed, but not discarded. It lay folded on a small table inside, weighted by the painted pathstone Wren had brought. The dream shelf was quiet in morning shade. Mira's sleep song, the green glass charm, Calen's card, Aura's shell, a candle stub, the blue paper, the drawing, and the other small offerings all rested in their places, not as evidence of an event, but as gentle companions to one another. Nero was trimming candle wicks near the front. He looked up when Calen entered. "Good morning. Good morning. You brought something back." "Yes." Calen opened his hand. The dream shell lay in his palm. Nero came closer, but did not touch it. "Has it asked to stay?" "I think it has asked to be shared. Different requests, often confused." Calen smiled faintly. "I thought so, too." Together they stood before the shelf. Calen looked at the objects already resting there. He thought of the shell's warmth in his pocket, of the memory it had opened, of the way it had helped him find the blue blanket and the small room inside himself where comfort had waited, patiently and without accusation. He placed the dream shell beside Aura's shell. For a moment the two shells touched. Low notes sounded, not loud enough to fill the chapel, only enough to make the candle flames lean slightly and then settle. The green glass charm brightened faintly. Nero bowed his head, the smallest gesture, and raised it again. "A good placing," he said. Calen felt the release of it, not as loss, but as space opening in the hand. "I thought I might feel reluctant," he admitted. "And did you?" "A little." "Good. Reluctance means the thing mattered. Letting go without feeling anything is sometimes only tidiness." Calen looked at the dream shelf. The shell remained warm, but no longer in his keeping. "I do not want to keep the boat near simply because it helped me remember." Nerral turned toward him. "That is a generous sentence. It took several nights to become true. Most generous sentences do." From outside came the sound of children approaching, then stopping abruptly, probably because their teacher had reminded them the chapel was not a hallway, even if it had a door. Aura entered first. She saw the shells immediately. "Yours came back," she said. "It did? Is it staying?" "For now." Aura stood before the shelf, with her hands clasped behind her back. Wren and Tavy came in behind her, along with two younger children, who pretended not to be interested, and failed completely. "Do they know each other?" Tavy asked. "The shells?" Calen said. "Yes. I think they are learning." Wren looked at the dream shell and then at Calen. Did it finish helping? Calen considered. No, he said. It changed how it helps. This answer satisfied Wren enough to make him frown thoughtfully rather than argue. Ora looked up. Will the boat go home tonight? I do not know. But it might. It might. Her face grew serious. Will you be sad? The chapel grew very quiet around the question. Calen looked from the dream shelf to the open door, where sunlight lay across the threshold. A week ago, perhaps, he would have answered gently, but from a distance. He would have said that lighthouse keepers were accustomed to boats passing. He would have said that all guided things must eventually move on. He might even have believed this was enough. Today, he answered differently. Yes, he said, a little, but not in a way that asks the boat to stay. Ora nodded as if this was the most sensible thing in the world. That is a good sad, she said. Havie leaned toward Wren, whispered. There are categories. Nero's mouth twitched. Calen smiled. Yes, he said. I think there are. Before the children left, Ora asked if they should sing that night. Calen looked toward the shelf, then toward Nero. Not from the chapel, he said. Not unless you wish to. Tonight, perhaps the kindest thing is to sleep peacefully. Ora considered this. So the boat knows sleep is safe. Yes. She looked satisfied. We can do that. Tavi looked doubtful. I can try. Trying is acceptable, Nero said. By noon, the knowledge that nothing special was required had moved through Lume with surprising gentleness. This was not like the notice on the chapel door. No one gathered. No objects were brought. No shared singing was planned. Instead, the village seemed to accept the instruction by becoming more itself. Mira the baker set loaves to cool in the open window, and the smell moved down the harbor lane. A fisherman mended a net outside his cottage, humming only because the afternoon suited it. Nero left the chapel doors open so light could cross the dream shelf. Syrah peered at her upper window, saw Calen passing below, and lifted one hand without calling him over. Ewan Vale opened the colored windows of the glass house, and sunlight spilled across the lane in amber, green, and blue. The children returned to lessons after lunch. Though Calen heard from Mira that Tavi had written the words good sad in the margin of his slate, and refused to erase them because he considered them useful emotional geography, Calen spent the afternoon among these ordinary lights. He helped Mira carry a sack of flour from the cart to the bakery, and she rewarded him with a heel of bread still too warm to wrap. He took Yuan's brass spoon back to the glass house, where Yuan inspected it gravely for signs of melted manners, and declared it acceptable. He visited Syrah only briefly, returning the last of her blue thread. She pushed it back into his hand. Keep it, she said. The paper sail is mended. Then perhaps the keeper has something yet to mend. What? You will know when it tears. He accepted this because arguing with Syrah was rarely efficient, and almost never successful. Late in the afternoon, he returned to the chapel once more, not to retrieve anything, only to stand quietly before the shelf. The dream shell and Ora's shell rested side by side. Mira's folded sleep song lay near them. Calen's card still read, Guidance is not weakness. It is shared light. The candle stub was unlit but ready. The teaching knot rested open. The painted pathstone faced both door and sea. The children-esque drawing of the beam touching the boat had been set upright against a small piece of driftwood. Calen looked at it for a long while. In the drawing, the lighthouse beam reached the boat, but the boat was not tethered to the light. The beam touched it and continued onward. He had not noticed that before. The child who drew it had understood something. He was still learning. A light could guide without holding. As evening came, Lume settled with unusual softness, or perhaps Calen noticed it more. He began to climb back to the lighthouse, while the village moved into its nightly peace. Doors closed, but not sharply. Lamps appeared in windows. The chapel candles were lit and left low. The bakery aslastre cooled beneath a cloth. Cyrus' lamp glowed in her upper window. At the harbor, ropes creaked softly as the tide turned. Somewhere, a child was being called indoors and answered with one last question before obeying. No one sang. No one called to Calen. No one gathered at the foot of the cliff to watch. And yet he did not climb alone. The village's ordinary life came with him in the quietest way. Bread cooling, lamps burning, children being tucked into beds, an old woman's window lit, a chapel shelf holding small offerings in the dark. By the time Calen reached the lighthouse, the sky had turned deep blue. The first stars had appeared. The dreams he missed was already forming beyond the reef. In the lantern room, he prepared the flame without ceremony. He set the keeper's book on the table and opened it to a clean page. He placed Sarah's blue thread beside it. He folded the old blue blanket over the chair, but did not wrap it around himself yet. He checked the green pane and read Mira's inscription, not as a clue now, but as a promise already kept once and perhaps about to be kept again. For Mira, who feared the dark water, may the light sing her home. And he looked at the bronze basin. The night glass waited. Calen lit the flame. Gold opened. The green thread woke within it. The lens gathered both and turned them outward. The beam moved across the harbor, across Lume's windows, across the chapel, across the glass house, across the bakery, across Sarah's blue house, across sleeping boats and dark stones, and the place where the ordinary sea gave way to the silver edge of dreaming. Calen stood at the window. He did not sing. Not yet. Dream boats passed quietly. One carried a bowl of rainwater. Another carried a pair of folded gloves. Another held a tiny staircase leading nowhere visible. They moved through the beam and onward, each receiving what it needed without needing to be understood. The moon rose. The mist brightened. The inlet below remained empty. Then, far beyond the second reef, a green light appeared. Calen's hand tightened on the window frame, then softened. The Lullaby Boat came from the open dream sea. Its sail was fully raised. Its pale hull shone with a gentle light than before, less ghostly now, more like wood remembering sunlight. The blue stripe along its side was clear. The green lantern burned steadily. The mended paper sail glimmered beneath the real sail, and the small oar marked Mira lay across the stern. It did not circle the lighthouse. It did not enter the inlet. It came into the beam, paused, and turned toward the mist where the inner harbor had appeared the night before. Calen watched. The lighthouse beam touched the water ahead of it, gold, green, soft. The mist opened. The inner harbor appeared again, clearer now. The dark water within it was calm. The warm dock waited. The little lamp burned at the end of its post. The folded blanket lay on the planks, blue in the dream light. But tonight there was something else. A narrow mooring line tied loosely to the dock, its free end resting open, not thrown, not reaching, only available. The Lullaby Boat moved toward it, slowly. Calen felt the urge to sing rise in him. Not from fear, from love, from habit too, perhaps. From the keeper's deep instinct to guide until the guided thing had arrived. He opened his mouth and stopped. The boat knew the song. The village knew the song. The flame knew the song. The dark water had heard it. The inner harbor had opened. Calen's task now was not to pull the boat home with his voice. It was to trust that what had been given was enough. He closed his mouth gently. Instead of singing, he stood in silence and kept the light steady. The Lullaby Boat drifted forward. The green lantern shone. The sail held. The little hull crossed the edge of the mist, and entered the waters of the inner harbor, only halfway. Then it paused, not in distress, in wonder perhaps, or in the last tenderness before arrival. Calen did not move. Below him, Lume slept. The chapel candles burned low. Cyrus' lamp remained in the window. The bakery was dark now, except for one faint glow near the ovens. The children slept in their houses, and perhaps one of them dreamed of shells or boats or warm light touching water. The glass house windows held no flame, but remembered color. Ordinary peace rose from the village like a second lighthouse. The Lullaby Boat moved another small distance into the harbor, its green lantern reflected in the calm dark water. The mooring line on the dock lifted by itself, then rested again. Not yet tied, not yet needed. The boat seemed to listen. Calen understood then that release was not abandonment. Trusting the boat to go did not mean withdrawing love. It meant allowing love to become space. It meant keeping the light steady, while the traveler completed the last quiet crossing by its own small motion. He placed one hand over his heart, not dramatically, only to feel the breath moving there. Then he whispered, not toward the boat, but toward the room. The flame, the old blue blanket, the village, and the part of himself that had once believed comfort had to be stored away before it became too much. You may go and still be kept. The flame held steady. The boat moved fully into the inner harbor. It did not tie itself yet. It did not step ashore, if dreams could be said to step. It came to rest beside the warm dock, within reach of the mooring line, beneath the little lamp. Then, from somewhere inside the mist, a harbor lullaby sounded without any visible singer. Not loud, not complete, only the final line, carry down water, light, and sleep. Let the lighthouse sing you home. The Lullaby Boat's green lantern dimmed, then warmed again. Calen bowed his head. He knew, without disappointment, that this was not the final arrival. This was the last night before it. The boat had entered the harbor. Tomorrow, perhaps, it would come ashore, or perhaps something even gentler than coming ashore would happen. For tonight, it had crossed the threshold. That was enough. The inner harbor faded slowly, but not completely. A trace of it remained in the mist, like lamplight seen through curtains. The Lullaby Boat became indistinct within it, not gone, not lost, only resting where it had needed to be guided. Calen stayed at the window until the mist closed. Then he sat at the table and wrote. No village singing tonight. Ordinary peace out the shore. Lullaby Boat came from open dream sea, sail raised. Inner harbor opened again, clear. Dock, lamp, blue blanket, loose mooring line. Did not sing. Kept light steady. Boat entered inner harbor and rested beside dock. Release is not abandonment. You may go and still be kept. He stopped. The last line looked almost like something written to the boat, almost like something written to himself. He did not decide which. The night softened around him. He wrapped the blue blanket round his shoulders, sat beside the green-threaded flame. Dreamboats continued to pass beyond the reef, and the lighthouse guided them as it always had. But Calen's attention was no longer stretched toward the place where the Lullaby Boat had disappeared. He had seen it enter the inner harbor. He had trusted it beyond his voice. This was a new kind of keeping, quieter, deeper, less like watching from a tower, and more like letting the tower stand. Near dawn, he dreamed again, not of his own inner harbor this time, not exactly. He dreamed of the sailcloth shop, but it was no longer raining. Morning light filled the room. The table was clear. Rolls of canvas leaned against the wall. The lamp with the yellow shade was unlit because it was no longer needed. On the cutting table lay the harbor lullaby written in blue thread. His mother stood beside it, not young, not old, not entirely as she had been, but as memory often offers the beloved, softened, whole enough, and kind. She did not speak. She only folded the blue cloth once, twice, and placed it in his hands. When Calen looked down, it was not a childish scrap any more. It was a small sail, blue, mended, ready. He woke as the first gulls crossed the morning sky. The lighthouse flame had faded to its dawn ember, gold with a green thread still shining at the center. The sea below was ordinary again. The inner harbor was gone from sight. But on the table beside the keeper's book, Sira's blue thread had unwound from its card in one long, gentle line. It stretched across the page where Calen had written, "You may go and still be kept," and at the end of the thread, resting lightly on the paper, was a tiny knot, not tight, not loose, holding. By morning, a tiny knot of blue thread still held its shape across the page. Calen noticed it before he noticed the sea. The dawn had entered the lantern room quietly, pale and slow, touching first the glass, then the brass rail, then the open keeper's book where Sira's thread lay across the words he had written in the night. "You may go and still be kept." At the end of that sentence, the thread had tied itself into a small knot, not tight, not loose, holding. Calen sat beside it for a long while before moving. The lighthouse flame had faded to its dawn ember in the bronze basin, and the green thread of dream sand still glowed faintly inside the night glass. Outside, the ordinary sea had returned. No inner harbor shone in the mist. No lullaby boat waited in the inlet. No green lantern mocked the rocks beneath the cliff. Only water, gulls, low cloud, and the first clean light of day. Yet nothing felt missing. That was new. Calen had known many kinds of absence in his life. The absence of people gone from rooms they had once warmed. The absence of voices no longer heard in kitchens, shops, stairwells, and harbors. The absence that came after dreamboats passed beyond the beam and disappeared into the silver distance. Some absences were sharp at first, and then slowly softened. Others were quiet from the beginning, but deep enough that a person built habits around them without noticing. This morning the lullaby boat was absent, but the absence was not hollow. It was more like the space left on a window sill after a lamp had been moved to another room where someone needed it. Calen leaned forward and touched the blue knot with one finger. The thread did not warm or glow. It was only thread, old, soft, ordinary, given by Sira, and used to mend a paper sail. But the little knot held its shape with a kind of plain dignity, as if it had understood its purpose perfectly. He wrote beneath it, "Held, not bound." Then he closed the keeper's book. Downstairs, Lighthouse entered its morning rhythm. Kettle, cup, bread, window, tide. Calen made tea and stood for a while at the kitchen window, watching Lume wake beneath the cliff. The village looked especially clear after the previous night as mist. The red roofs had a damp shine. Smoke rose straight from the bakery chimney. The chapel door opened. The harbor bolts shifted in their slips, each rope drawing a small dark line across the water. Farther up the hill, the old glass-house windows caught the early sun in scattered color over the lane. The world had not changed because a dreamboat had entered an inner harbor, and yet the world seemed kinder because it could contain such a thing without announcing it. Calen ate slowly. The old blue blanket lay folded over the kitchen chair beside him. He had brought it down from the lantern room before making breakfast, not because he needed it there, but because he no longer felt the need to put comfort away when daylight came. After breakfast, he took the keeper's book, the old guest book, and the tiny blue knot down to the small table in the watchroom. The old guest book opened easily to the page where the drawing of the lullaby boat had first slipped free. Pale hull, blue stripe, green lantern. Beneath it, the words written by a hand he still did not know. When it circles, remember gently. Calen looked at the line. It had been the beginning of everything that had followed. The boat, the records, the harbor lullaby, Mira bell, Olanna's kindness, the village offerings, his mother's brew cloth, the inner harbor, the lesson that guidance was not weakness, release was not abandonment, and the dark did not have to vanish before it could become safe. It was room beneath the old line. Not much. Enough. Calen took his pen and wrote carefully, making the letters small so they would fit without crowding the older hand. When it rests, sing softly. When it turns, keep the light steady. When it goes, do not call it back. He paused, then added one more line. Some dreams return only to teach us how to let them reach home. He let the ink dry fully before closing the book. Then he wound the small blue knot around the corner of the page, not tying it shut, not binding the book, only marking the place for any keeper who might someday need to find it. By late morning, Calen went down to the village. He did not carry a notice. He did not carry the dream shell. He did not carry a question large enough to gather people around it. His satchel held only the old guest book for Neril to copy from later, a small list for the glass house, and a desire to walk among ordinary voices before the final night arrived, because he knew now that it was the final night. He could not have said how he knew. The dream sea did not send announcements. Lighthouse flame had not spoken. The Lullaby Boat had not returned in daylight with a message tied to its oar, yet the knowledge had settled into him with the steadiness of tide turning. The boat had entered the harbor. Tonight it would come to rest. At the chapel, Neril was dusting the dream shelf with the same careful cloth as before. The dream shell Calen had placed there rested beside Aura's shell. Mira's folded sleep song lay quiet in the center. The green glass charm caught a thin line of sun. Calen's card remained in place. Guidance is not weakness. It is shared light. Neril looked up as Calen entered. "Final night?" he asked. Calen stood still for a moment, then smiled faintly. "You knew? I guessed from the way you are not asking anything. That gives me away? Questions have a posture. So does readiness." Calen set the old guest book on the small table near the shelf, and opened it to the marked page. Neril read the new lines silently. When he finished, he rested his hand near the blue knot, not touching it. "A good note for another keeper," he said. "I hope not too soon." Soon and late are not always ours to measure. They stood together before the shelf. Calen looked at Mira's green glass charm, at Aura's shell, at the folded sleep song. "What should I do with the shelf after tonight?" he asked. Neril's eyes warmed. "Nothing. That is the charm of shelves. They continue without requiring drama. Leave everything until something asks to move." Calen nodded. That felt right. The story of the Lullaby Boat did not need to be packed away as though completed things became useless. It could remain there, available, like a cup on a table or a lamp in a window. Outside the chapel, the children were crossing the square with their teacher, each carrying a little bundle of folded paper. Aura saw Calen, and waved with her whole arm before remembering she was supposed to be walking quietly. She came over anyway. "Is it tonight?" she asked. Calen crouched slightly so he could answer without speaking above the others. "I think so." She considered this with her usual seriousness. "Should we sing? Only in your sleep if the song comes?" Aura nodded. "I told Tavy he must not stay awake on purpose. Wise. He said staying awake on purpose is research. Also familiar." Wren joined them, holding 3 folded papers with great care. "We made boats in lesson." "Paper boats? Not for sending," Wren said quickly. Neril said not every boat needs water. Tavel leaned around him. "Mine does. but I am accepting temporary limits. Ora held up her own little paper boat. It was folded neatly and marked with a green stripe, for practice, she said. So dreams no boats can rest on tables too. Calen looked at the small paper boat in her hand. It was simple, child-made, perfect. I think dreams will understand, he said. She smiled, satisfied, and ran after the others. At the bakery, Mira handed Calen a wrapped loaf before he could ask for anything. This one is not symbolic, she said. Of course, it is supper. That sounds very symbolic. It is supper, she repeated. But there was a smile hiding in her voice. The loaf was warm through its cloth. Calen accepted it with both hands. Thank you. Mira's expression softened. Will you be all right after tonight? The question did not startle him. People in Lume had been asking gentle questions long before the Lullaby Boat returned. Yes, he said, and a little sad. She nodded. Good sad. Good sad. I have heard that phrase from 3 children and 1 adult, pretending not to have learned it from children. It is useful emotional geography. Mira laughed quietly. Tabby has been unbearable about that. He may have earned it. She looked past him toward the cliff, where the lighthouse stood pale and steady against the sky. My mother used to say the best bread is eaten and gone, but it still did its work. Calen held the warm loaf. That seems true of many things. Yes, Mira tucked a loose strand of hair beneath her blue cloth. Still, one may miss the bread. One may. Then eat supper properly before missing anything. I will. From the bakery, Calen went to Syra. She was seated near her upper window, not outside, with a sash open and a blanket over her knees. The room smelled of tea, rope fiber, cinnamon, and drying seaweed. She did not rise when he entered, but she pointed to the chair across from her. You have the final night face, she said. I have been told my posture reveals things. Your posture has been gossiping for years. We were polite enough not to mention it. He sat and placed the remaining blue thread on her table. I thought I should return this. Sarah looked at it. No, I have used what I needed. Incorrect. He waited. She pushed the thread back toward him. You have used what the boat needed. Keep the rest for your own mending. Calen looked at the card. Only a little thread remained, wound unevenly, where it had come loose in the night. What else might need mending? Cyrus' face softened. Not every mend is a repair. Some are reminders. He accepted the thread and placed it in his pocket. For a while they sat without speaking. Through the open window, the harbor could be seen below, bright in the afternoon sun. A child crossed the lane carrying paper boats in both hands. Ewan Vale's glass house shone with scattered color. The chapel bell gave a small sound as wind touched the rope. Sarah, Calen said after a while, do you think the boat was Mira's? She considered. Yes and no. He smiled. A lighthouse answer. A true one. She looked toward the sea. It began with Mira, perhaps, or with the part of Mira that was afraid of sleep, because sleep felt like water without a shore. Once the village cared for her, once Solon made room, once the green glass held the song, the boat became more than one child's fear. A village dream, yes, and then it became yours for a while. Not because you took it, because you were ready to hear what it carried. He looked down at his hands, and after tonight, it will be what all Hape dreams become. What is that? Sierra smiled faintly. Away. The word entered him quietly. Away. Not a relic. Not a mystery to preserve under glass. Not a boat to keep circling because its circling had mattered. Away. For sleepers. For heapers. For children. For anyone who came near dark water and needed to remember that darkness was not the same as danger when a light remained. Calen looked toward the lighthouse. I do not want to hold it back, he said. I know. I do not think I will. I know that too. he asked. The answer surprised him. She saw that and smiled. My part was sung before I was born, through my grandmother, and again when I remembered enough for you to find the rest. Tonight is not for many voices. For mine, perhaps, perhaps tonight is for the flame, the flame. Calen nodded slowly. When he left Cirrus' house, the afternoon had begun its gentle descent toward evening. He returned to the lighthouse with Mira's loaf in his satchel, the blue thread in his pocket, the old guest book marked for future keepers, and no new object from the village, no new offering, no new question, only readiness. He made supper while the sun lowered. Mira's loaf, cheese, a little soup warm from the day before, and tea. He ate at the kitchen table with the window open to the evening wind. The village lights peered one by one below him, not arranged for him, not waiting for spectacle, simply becoming the night's ordinary pattern. The chapel candles glowed low. The bakery window dimmed after the last tray was covered. Cyrus' lamp burned in the upper window, and, after a while, went out. That moved him more than he expected. She trusted the night enough to sleep. The children's windows dimmed too. The glass house reflected the last line of sunset, and then darkened. Lume rested. Calen washed his bowl, set his cup to dry, and climbed to the lantern room. Everything was ready, because very little needed to be done. The keeper's book lay on the table. The old blue blanket rested over the chair. The heavy dream shell was on the chapel shelf now. Not here. Sarah's teaching knot remained in the lantern room, open and calm. The brass spoon had been returned to Yuan. The music reader sat covered beneath its cloth. The harbor lullaby card was tucked safely in the drawer. The flame waited in the bronze basin. Calen stood before it. For the first time since the Lullaby Boat had begun circling, he did not bring the song to the front of his mind. He knew it. The lighthouse knew it. The village knew it. The boat knew it. There was no need to hold it tightly. He opened the east window. Sea air entered, cool and darkening. Then he lit the flame. The night blast caught with a quiet golden bloom. At its center, the green thread awakened. The lens gathered the light, turned it, softened it, and sent it across the harbor, across the sleeping village, across the chapel dream shelf, across the dark water, and into the mist where the dream sea opened. Calen took his place by the window. Dream boats passed, not many at first. One carried a tiny lamp with a blue shade. One carried a folded pair of wings. One carried a bowl of soup, still steaming. One carried a book with a ribbon holding its place near the end. Each received the beam and went on. Calen watched them with quiet affection. The lighthouse continued its ancient work. The moon rose. The mist thickened, then brightened. The green thread in the beam deepened. Then the dream sea opened. The inner harbor appeared before the Lullaby Boat did. This was new. It formed in the mist beyond the reef, calm and complete. Dark water, warm dock, small lamp on the post, folded blue blanket, loose mooring line. The water inside it was most not black now, but deep blue, night held safely in a bowl. The dock glowed softly, each plank warm with the light that came from no visible sun. The little lamp burned low and steady. Calen felt the room around him become very still. Then, from the right side of the mist, the Lullaby Boat entered the beam. Its sail was raised. Its green lantern shone. The mended paper sail glimmered beneath the larger sail. The oar-marked Mira rested along the side. The folded blue cloth lay open in the hull, no longer hiding anything, only lining the little boat like a soft place to sleep. It moved toward the inner harbor without circling, without pausing near the inlet, without returning to the rocks beneath the tower. Calen did not sing. He did not speak. He kept the light steady. The boat crossed the outer edge of the harbor. The water inside rippled once. The green lantern reflected in the deep blue surface. The mooring line lifted from the dock, slowly, as if raised by a hand made of mist. It did not reach out and pull. It simply rose, waited, and when the boat drifted close enough, laid itself across the bow. The line tied itself in a loose knot, not tight, not loose, holding. Calen exhaled softly. The Lullaby Boat came to rest. For several moments nothing more happened. The lighthouse beam moved through the harbor vision again and again, gold threaded with green. Each time it passed over the boat, the pale hull became a little warmer, a little less transparent. The boat no longer looked like something wandering through sleep. It looked like something that had been given a place to belong. Then the small oar marked Mira lifted from the hull. It rose only a little, turned in the air, and came to rest on the dock beside the blue blanket. The paper sail followed. It loosened from beneath the real sail and drifted onto the dock, its blue thread men visible in the lamplight. The green lantern at the bow glowed one final time, bright enough to make the entire harbor shine. Then it lifted from the boat and hung itself on the lamp post beside the little harbor light. The two lights became one, green and gold, soft and steady. Calen felt the warmth of it in the lantern room. In the green pane, Mira's inscription glowed, not brightly, not as a signal, as if it had received an answer. For Mira, who feared the dark water, may the light sing her home. The words shimmered once. Then the shimmer faded into peace. In the mist, beside the dock, the Lullaby Boat rested empty, no longer lost, no longer circling, no longer needing to carry fear across the same dark water night after night. The harbor held it. The lamp held the lantern. The dock held the Dior. The blue blanket waited, folded and warm. And a voice came through the beam, small at first, not a child exactly, not the old dream voice exactly, not Mira as she had been, nor Calen's mother, nor Sira's grandmother, though something of all of them seemed to live inside the sound. It sang the final line of the harbor lullaby. Let the lighthouse sing you home. This time the line did not ask. It rested. Calen bowed his head. The answer to the mystery was not a hidden name, though the name had mattered. It was not only the boat, though the boat had carried the shape of it. It was not only Mira's fear, or Olaina's kindness, or the village's song, or his own forgotten comfort. It was the way all of these had become a light. The Lullaby Boat had returned, because some dreams, even after many years, circle until the care once given to them is remembered, shared, received, and released. It had circled the lighthouse because the lighthouse held the old kindness. It had circled Calen because he, too, had needed to learn that guiding others did not mean standing forever beyond the reach of guidance. And now the boat had found home, not by escaping dark water, by finding the harbor within it. The vision began to soften. The dock remained. The lamp remained. The boat, tied gently by the loose knot, rocked once against the Dreamwood. Then it grew still, not vanished, resting. Calen understood that it would not return to circle the tower again, not because it was gone in a sorrowful way, because it no longer needed to. The inner harbor folded slowly back into the mist, as if curtains were being drawn around a sleeper. First the dock grew pale. Then the lamp became a small point of green-gold light. Then the boat became a shape. Then a glimmer. Then only peace in the water where it had been. At last the mist closed. The dream sea returned to its wide silver quiet. Calen remained at the window. He did not feel empty. He felt tender. There was sadness. Yes, or as good sad. The kind that does not ask a thing to return from where it belongs. the kind that stands on the shore with both hands open, and lets the light continue. After a long while, Calen sang the lullaby once, not to call the boat, not to guide it, only to bless the quiet place where it now rested. When the moon lays down her silver, when the dark has turned the foam, when the little sail grows weary, let the lighthouse sing you home. The final note faded. The flame remained steady. The green thread in the night glass softened, then drew inward, until it became one small green point at the center of the gold. Calen closed the window halfway, leaving room for the sea air. He sat at the table and opened the keeper's book. His hand moved slowly, but the words came without effort. Final night of Lullaby Boat watch. Inner harbor opened before boat arrived. Boat entered fully. Mooring line tied gently. All marked Mira, mended paper sail, and green bow lantern placed on dock. Lantern joined harbor lamp. Inscription in green pane warmed and settled. Boat at rest. No further circling expected. He paused, then wrote, Mystery resolved gently. The lullaby boat carried a dream once afraid of dark water. The care given to Mara by Olan. The village, song, lass, and light became a way home for frightened dreams. It returned when that way needed remembering, and when the keeper needed to learn that light can guide inward as well as outward. He looked at the words. They were more explanation than he usually liked in a keeper's book. But future keepers deserved clarity where kindness had left a path. Beneath it, he added one final line. The light remains. He closed the book. The night continued. Dream boats still crossed the water. Some passed near the second reef. Some drifted far beyond ordinary sight. The lighthouse beam touched them all as it turned, gold and warm, with only the faintest green at its heart now. Not enough to draw attention, but enough to remember. Calen sat with the blue blanket around his shoulders. For once, he did not watch every passing boat until it disappeared. He watched a few. Then he let his gaze soften. The sea did not need him to hold it with his eyes in order for the light to do its work. That, too, was new. Below, Lume slept. The village had given its ordinary peace to the night. And now the night gave peace back. The chapel candles burned low beside the dream shelf. Shells rested together. Mira's sleep song remained folded. The card on the shelf still told anyone who needed it that guidance was not weakness. Cyrus' house was dark and safe. The bakery ovens cooled. The children dreamed, perhaps of paper boats resting on tables, perhaps of nothing they would remember. Ewan's colored windows held moonlight in their panes. The world was held by small lights, not one great blaze, many gentle ones. Near the hour before dawn, Calen lowered the flame to its quiet watch and went down to the keeper's room. He left the old guest book in the watchroom, marked with the blue nut. He left the keeper's book closed in the lantern room. He left the music reader covered. He left the east window open just enough for the sound of the sea to enter. The blue blanket came with him. He laid it across the bed and stood for a moment in the dim room, listening to the tower around him. Stone, wind, water, the slow settling of glass after a long night. He thought of his inner harbor, the warm dock, the lamp, the folded cloth. He did not have to dream of it every night for it to be real. He did not have to keep remembering his mother's voice in perfect detail. He did not have to hold the lullaby boat near the cliff to keep what it had taught him. Some things, once received, become part of the room within. Calen lay down beneath the blanket. He was tired now, but not heavily. He was the clean tiredness of work completed, without hurry. A sort of tiredness that does not pull downward so much as invite rest. Outside, the last dreamboats of the night drifted through the lighthouse beam and toward wherever sleeping travelers needed to go. The sea breathed against the rocks. The tower stood at the edge of the cliff, warm at its center. Calen closed his eyes. For a moment, before sleep fully took him, he heard the harbor lullaby, not from the lantern room, not from the village, not from the dream sea, from somewhere inside the quiet. When the moon lays down her silver, when the dark has turned the foam, when the little sail grows weary, let the lighthouse sing you home. And words became softer, the melody became breath, and in the gentle darkness behind his eyes, Calen saw the inner harbor one last time. The Lullaby Boat was there, tied loosely beside the dock, its sail lowered now, its hull still, its green lantern shining from the post beside the warm lamp. The blue blanket lay folded nearby. The small old Mira rested on the planks. The mended paper sail fluttered only once, then settled. No one was afraid of the water. No one needed to leave. No one needed to stay awake to make sure the light remained. The harbor was safe. The boat was home. And far above, or deep within, or both at once, the lighthouse continued shining across the dream sea. By the time dawn touched the windows of Lume, Calen was asleep. The village woke slowly beneath a pale ocean sky. Mira opened the bakery and found the morning bread risen perfectly. Neril entered the chapel and saw that the dream shells on the shelf were cool now, peaceful and still. Mira woke late, and, seeing the lighthouse beam fade with dawn, smiled before reaching for her tea. The children, one by one, carried their dreams into breakfast. Some remembered, some already gone. And on the cliff, in the quiet tower, the green pane in the lantern room held the first sunlight of the day. For Mira, who feared the dark water, may the light sing her home. The words were only glass now, only memory, only kindness that had done its work. But when the sun moved through the pane, it cast a small green shape across the floor, a boat, just for a moment. Then the light shifted, and the shape became only morning. The lighthouse stood, the sea breathed, the village warmed beneath the new day. And Keeper Calen slept on, safe beneath the old blue blanket, while the last faint notes of the lullaby moved through the tower and out across the water, softer than mist, gentler than moonlight, guiding every quiet dream toward home.